Check two. All right, let me check my audio here real quick and make sure everything is okay. I appreciate you being with us here today. My name is David. I'd like to know yours. If you'll, it can be your pseudo name, it can be your television name, it can be your call-in name, whatever you'd like. But if you've been with us before, you know I enjoy hearing from people all across the country here today. Our risk is going to be a little bit into the central portions of the United States. And that's kind of what we're watching right here. Let me get this obnoxious part of this fixed for you right here. And because that is behind me. And Brett is setting up. He's got a new camera from inside of his vehicle. And we're going to be showing you that here momentarily in just a few moments. We are going to be checking in with him off and on. And quite often during the day today, actually, he's going to be with us pretty much, I think, throughout this whole event as we see it right now. He's going to be off and on over the period. I don't see him on at the moment, but he's setting up. He got this camera, so he got this brand new camera, and it's pointing right at his face here into his vehicle, into his car, and he looked at it and he said, I don't really look that bad in real person, do I? And so he's resetting it. I think he's making, like, you get these glamour filters. What is it, TikTok now? You get this glamour filter. I don't think he liked his eyelashes, so he's working on that now. He's going to join back in with us here in just a couple of moments and be with us again. Bethel Springs, Tennessee. Janice is with us. Killer is with us again, as always. What's up, Killer? Wes Malone is with us from Benton, Arkansas, right there. Brian Falls, good to see you here today, Brian, as well. We got somebody from the DFW area there in Dallas. Angel Mitchell is with us as well. Don't be scared. We're watching the weather for you. Brett Adair is out there. He's live. We're going to be showing you where he is in just a few moments. He's just south of the Red River at the moment, and he'll be telling us about some of the stuff that's happening into South Dakota. We got Joel, who is with us here at the moment, and also Lynn in Washington State. She got friends in Texas and Iowa, wants to make sure that she checks on them. Right now, we are looking at the picture here, and what you can see is there's Brett. Brett is right here in the area that is just outside of Gainesville, Texas. Right in this immediate area right here. We're going to be watching him, following him through the day today. He's right there on I-35 at the moment, I-35 and 82. It's US 82 that comes in from the western side. And some of the latest here is that we do have warnings that are ongoing. These are severe thunderstorm warnings from Lawton. It's I-44 down to the south and to the west out of Lawton, Texas, where we do have these severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect there at the moment. Some of those that are popping up are going to be there and moving southward into the state of Texas as we go through the rest of this afternoon. This is the composite radar here to show you the big picture and basically what we're looking at here, at least into this at the moment, is that most of this stuff that's coming in from west to east is going to be moving in that general direction down to the south along the Red River, and then beyond coming in to the Dallas-Fort Worth area later on. We're going to be looking at some of the computer modeling here coming up shortly. We'll look at that, talk about that, and give you an idea of about when some of the computer modeling says everything is going to be coming in as we do move along. We'll get you up on the watches and warnings as well, what watches and warnings that we currently have across the region. There is a watch that is in effect right now. It's a tornado watch that is in effect across this portion of Oklahoma and Texas. So it's roughly going to be along I-35 south of Oklahoma City, but get all the way down there into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. This is a tornado watch. It's going to go through the rest of this evening for north central Texas. A few tornadoes are possible. I guess if you looked at this, and it doesn't really matter. If you get one tornado at your house, then it was a bad tornado day. But in this case, the main thing that we're looking for, I think, is quite a bit of large hail. 2.5 inches in diameter is possible in some of these regions. It's super cold aloft. We've got a cold front diving southward that we'll look at here in just a few moments. Some of these winds could reach up to 70 miles per hour at times. So that's the thing we'll be looking at. That goes until 8 o'clock tonight, at least for this direct area. And so probably if we're going to have supercells, they're going to be early on. They're going to be over the next couple of hours. And supercells, and you can see a few of them. One coming into western sections of Texas here at the moment. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning right here. First of all, near Graham, just south of Graham in the Possum Kingdom State Park. I've never heard of that. The Possum Kingdom State Park. I would love to go there. Palo Pinto counties and also Stevens County, you're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Also, Young County is in that warning as well, as that storm is diving southward and eastward. It's into the tornado watch box area, the same as what's happening up here into Lawton, where we had the Lawton storm. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 40 minutes into Lawton, but that's Grady County, Stevens and Cotton counties. In southern Comanche County, you're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Quarter-size hail there, 60-mile-per-hour winds falling over the last 30 minutes out of that storm, diving southward and eastward, as we were just talking about just a few moments ago. So pretty big deal no matter where you are across this portion of Texas during the day today. It is going to be a situation where we got to watch all of these thunderstorms as they continue on moving across this area. We're going to follow these as they go through the next 24 hours, actually. It doesn't look like it's a short-term event. It looks like it goes through the night tonight into the early part of the day tomorrow also. And that's going to lead to some of the bigger chances for showers and thunderstorms that we've been talking about to set off quite a few warnings that we'll be looking at here into our short and our long term as well. Right now, let's go back to the radar side here and take a look at the latest in the radar. And what we do have coming southward out of Oklahoma City is this. Right there is what you have. Everything moving on to the east-southeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Strong thunderstorms down to the south. You can see the little polygons here that we're looking at. One of the things that we look at often, that we look at in this kind of situation, is the fact that we do have, in general, some strong thunderstorms that already have some lightning detected here. Quite a bit of lightning, actually, is being detected here into this area. What you see right now is a cluster of lightning in Duncan and Marlow that's coming in across this little system here. You see what I'm talking about. All this lightning is right here in a very congealed area. When that happens, when you see it coming together like that, we often get concerned about the generation, quite possibly, of a tornado. That could be the deal taking place here into the short term, is that we could have a tornado trying to form. Velocity data, let's take a look at it, and you can definitely see there's inbound, outbound there, and now it's pixel to pixel. Now, a couple of things here. Let me tell you. 40-something years I've been doing this. National Weather Services are in charge of issuing these local warnings. The National Weather Service offices are. When you get up into the northeastern United States, this right here would probably have a National Weather Service office going ahead and triggering a tornado warning pretty quickly here, because this looks, it does look pretty ominous. But let me tell you, the folks down in this portion of Texas and Oklahoma, the National Weather Service employees there, the offices coming into Norman, Oklahoma, or out of Norman, this is out of Norman, actually. It takes a lot. I mean, before they issue a tornado warning, they're going to be absolutely sure that that is occurring. And there's plenty of outbound you can see here at the moment. The red is the outbound. There's not a really close inbound marker there at all. So I think that does substantiate having a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment instead of a tornado warning. I know it looks like to you maybe there that this is a tornado inbound, outbound. The other portion of this that I'd be watching is down here to south of Duncan. That's a little more like it. That's a smaller pixel to pixel sort of a situation there, where we're going to have the threat, I think, for maybe something popping up right there. But this is very broad. What's happening right here is broad with the winds, and you got this huge gap in between that is likely taken away from some of this. So this is going to be an inbound and an outbound, but very broadly based. And I think we just have a mesocyclone there, a spin, but it's a large spin up into the atmosphere. That might even be an unbelievable looking sort of a situation. It might be an unbelievable looking towering cumulus that we'll probably get pictures of as we move along through the next couple of hours. So we're going to be watching out for that. With you for the rest of this afternoon, definitely making sure that we're keeping everybody safe and, just kind of watching what's happening here. DJ Moore's with us. Tawny's with us today. Kathy is with us. Rick Tharp. I see Laurie and Hippie's Hive and Angela's with us here. Evinrude, 123. Just northeastern Alabama, just north of Fort Payne. So am I. Let's go fishing. Angel and Mitchell, Deanna. Don is with us here, DeB, and Joel and Valdir is with us also. So thank you all for being with us here at the moment as we are watching big thunderstorms starting to break across central sections of Oklahoma, the rest of the northern portions of Texas as well. That'll all start to move and dive out to the northeast as we go into the next several hours. We'll be watching those thunderstorms. A few more beginning to join in on the whole situation down to the south here. Look at all this lightning that we've got being detected. This is already a close call again. And like I said, the National Weather Service are very savvy here. What might look like and be a tornado in other parts of the country where they don't have many, they're looking at this, and it's going to take a lot now. It's going to take all the parameters for them to look at this and say, okay, we're going to trigger a tornado warning. Right now, they do have severe thunderstorm warning issued here for the next 50 minutes. That's going to be for Jack, Parker, and Palo Pinto counties. So I'd watch out for that as it's moving on to the east. And Lafayette, Georgia, North Georgia checks in here with us as well. Ted is with us there. And you remember Otis Porch? Ted, do you know an Otis Porch? I used to do the weather in Chattanooga, Tennessee many years ago, and one of my weather watchers from down there, from Lafayette, Georgia, was Otis Porch. I just remembered his name. Otis is probably several hundred years old by now, but I do remember him, so just wanted to say his name. Down to the south, we have some other thunderstorms that we're watching here, too. Just kind of keep an eye on what's happening here. Again, it's probably going to ramp up as we go through the next several hours. We're looking for some of that that'll continue to do that going into the next several hours. What we're talking about is basically that these thunderstorms are going to start to build probably as we go through the next several hours and into the rest of this evening, but become more of a situation that would be producing straight line winds and or the other threat that we were looking at and thinking we were going to have here is for the possibility of having some very large hail coming across this region here. I'll put this into motion once again to show you. It's all moving down to the east, a little bit to the south as well, and the severe thunderstorm warnings there now for Duncan, the city of Duncan there just to the south of 44. Going to be Duncan, right near Comanche. That's going to be Comanche County, actually, by the way, near Tatum. 60-mile-per-hour winds are likely. Stevens, Carter, Garvin. Those are counties where we're anticipating this moving in over the probably in about 3:15. It looks like that's what we're looking at as we move along across that region, too. There are going to be more showers and thunderstorms that will be popping up across this region as we go into the next 24 hours. Got to be watching this thing back to the west, coming into the Dallas area right now as we look at it. This is a Dallas, Texas situation here, as you can see. Right about there, coming into Mineral Wells, the Grayford area, Possum Kingdom Lake. I love that. Don't you love that? Possum Kingdom looks like a snake there. Look at that. Check that out. Beautiful lake there, though, the northwestern part of the county. And what's that going to be? Comanche County? That's a North Jack, I guess, or Palo Pinto County, I think. Anyways, Jack, Parker, Palo Pinto counties, you're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment coming in from the south and moving on to the east. Maybe I should make that warning just a little bit different, or maybe go up with the color just a little bit, because I think I have it quarter thickness. Let's go up just a little bit with both of those. You can see it a little bit better. The opacity level there. Now you can see it really brightly, maybe too brightly. But that's our severe thunderstorm warnings coming into the Dallas-Fort Worth area here very shortly. Out of Fort Worth, the Mesquite region there, Carrollton, coming into there, too, as we go along for the next 30 to 45 minutes or so, with the big thunderstorms that'll follow up as we move along and into the rest of this evening. DJ, it's good to see you. William Barnes is with us right now. Tawny Michelle with us in Tarrant County. And we got Kathy and Laurie and some other people who are with us here at the moment. David says hello, David Haneke. Hi to you, David, and thank you for giving us your time. We have a brand new tornado warning now. This is a new tornado warning, one of the first ones to pop up here. This is going to be for Elmore City, Oklahoma. A tornado warned storm now. Elmore City, Oklahoma. A tornado warning is in effect. This from the National Weather Service there at Oklahoma City. Ping pong. That's the hardest thing. I'm going to screw that up sometime during the day today because I'm not good at ping pong ball-sized hail. But that's what we got right now. This is just south of Oklahoma, just to the west of I-35, Purnell, Tatum's, and Elmore City on 35 is what we're talking about. One of the bigger thunderstorms here at the moment, coming in from west to east and moving on eastward out of the county. Population about 3,500. that is one of your first tornado warnings there across that area that we're looking at. You'll see it popping up on the screen here momentarily. That's going to be right there. So it covers up what was the old severe thunderstorm warning. Now they are telling us this is a new tornado warning that is in effect across the area here just to the west of I-35. The Chickasaw Nation reservation right here into the area, coming out of Duncan and Marlow, moving eastward at, what did it say? Eastward at 40 miles per hour. So we're headed on to the east at about 40 miles an hour right now. And what that would basically tell us is that we've got the threat for some of these to continue into the next, let's see, if we're going at 40, calculate that. These are some of our estimated times of arrival here. The impact times are going to be at just about 4 minutes now into Hope, into Tussey in about 30 minutes, Foster 33 minutes into Alpers at 42 minutes, and Hennepin in about 45 minutes now. Total population in advance of this system is about 1,200 or so, but it doesn't really matter at this point as to, how many, the population. We're not really worried about population centers. We're just worried about making sure that everybody is safe here at the moment. So got to be watching out for all of this as it goes on to the east. Ada, you'd be next in line. Should we continue that motion on the eastward? You'd be next as far as that goes. The radar imagery here once again is telling us that we still have the threat for some of the strong thunderstorms as they come across. We still have the threat for them to be quite large coming into the eastern side of Oklahoma too. That'll be our deal as we go into later on into this evening. But right now, the tornado warning is right about here right now. And the very suspect areas showing up and down the line here, kind of from Okemah and it looks like Okemah southward to Tecumseh and Shawnee, and then back over to Wewoka and southward is where you're going to find some of the heavier showers and the heavier thunderstorms, that'll be coming down. And again, with all of our lightning right here, we do have the new tornado warning being issued just a few moments ago. This tornado warning is going to last for the next 45 minutes, actually. Garvin, Stevens, Carter counties. Garvin, Stevens, and Carter counties, you're underneath a tornado warning here at the moment. That's just outside Elmore City into Oklahoma. Got to make sure that we're watching out for all of this as we go into the next few hours. That's a very mature storm. You can see it there as it lights up. Quite a bit of lightning. Speaking of which, I've seen quite a few lightning strikes that are taking place there into that region as well. And I got to be watching out for all of that. We look at the velocity data here to show you why they've issued a tornado warning. More or less, this is why they've issued this as a tornado warning. The inbound and the outbound marker there looking pretty tight here. Do we have anything that looks like it might be debris? Now, it's going to be hard to pick out debris today from what would actually be thunderstorms that would be producing, some hail. That's going to be our anomaly from time to time, will be some of the hail that will be taking place. So certainly going to be looking out for that going into the next several hours and overnight tonight as well. Also still have some of the showers developing back to the west. There's an inbound and outbound marker right here on the second storm just to the west of Duncan. East of Geronimo, coming into the Walters, Geronimo area there in about 10 to 15 minutes. There is some spin, some inbound, outbound associated with that thing right there as well. Again, where are we? We are south of Oklahoma City, just to the north of Ardmore, Oklahoma, along the Red River. If you're familiar with this at all, coming in on the Red River over, the last 30 to 45 minutes. Pretty big deal overall across all of this area, quite typically. And that's sort of what we're following here for the next several hours, I think, is going to be in this region here. But right now, the correlation coefficient. The other thing that we're going to be looking at, the other product that we're going to look at during the day today is called VIL, Vertically Integrated Liquid. And I'm going to put that on a little bit of a deal there. So anytime you see this, what we're looking at here, this product tells us that what the beam is going out and hitting is a very dense object. In this case, it's going to be dense enough to be ice particles, and in this case, that would be the hail that is falling from the sky. It's not way up there at the moment. I'm not really sure exactly. It's going to be like 50 or 60, I think. That number is going to be 50 to 60, and it's kilogram per meter squared. That doesn't mean anything to you. Actually, doesn't mean anything to me anymore. The number, I know. And most of the time you get the numbers this time of the year, you can get up to 70 and 80 and still not have a severe thunderstorm warning. It just depends on the day and some of the parameters that go on during the day. But nonetheless, that's up there. And I know there's hail falling right there near the town of Hope, it looks like at this point. So the vertically integrated liquid is telling us near Hope we do have some very large hail that is probably falling here at the moment, coming in from the west, moving on eastward along the line as it generally heads in that area there as well. We got Dean Barry who is on. Dean's going to be answering some of your questions for today. If you got questions that you'd like to have answered immediately online, he can help you do that as far as safety goes as well. Some of our safety parameters, we'll say, that we look at are going to be reached during the day today. We'll reach some of those thresholds that you should make sure that you take care of yourself and your family should these arise. And going on to the rest of this afternoon, that may be the case coming into some of these areas here because, again, the threat for tornadoes, let me tell you what seems to be happening right now over the last few minutes. I'm going to put this into motion over the last 30 frames, which is going to be, we're looking right there at about, we're going back to what? Let's see. We'll start out going back to, so it's almost 3. First image is almost 2, so we're getting about an hour and 20 minutes worth of data here. But let me show you. See what's happened over the last few minutes is that we've actually gone from no thunderstorms up here in the northern part of Texas. That's the Red River, the jagged line. No thunderstorms to starting to see some. And these are going to be the supercellular storms that we thought would break out through the day today that could be responsible for kicking off tornadoes. And I would think right now, probably the National Weather Service, Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, is looking at this. This could be our next meso discussion that comes out because I think that's going to be our breakout area here, which is pretty close to where Brett is at the moment. Brett is in this area there just outside of Gainesville. We saw him just a few moments ago. But he's going to be giving us all the information coming out of that area. We're watching the radar just south and east of Fort Worth. That's a very healthy storm that we're looking at there at the moment, just near mineral wells, and Grafford coming in from the west now. And there is your reason. This is called a B-weir, which kind of means beware. But this is a bounded weak echo region right about there. This is your hail shaft involved right here. Winds, upper level winds are coming in out of the southwest, coming across this storm like this. And then when they get up here to the hail, it can't go, the wind can't continue to go through the hail, so it has to go up and around. And that creates this V. We call this a V notch. We call it many things, but it creates 2 low pressure centers over here, just like if you were looking at a big rock in the middle of a creek. This is the same sort of fluid dynamics created on the backside of the rock. And so what this is telling us is that, this hail right here, it's certainly going to be some large hail. I don't think we even looked at that as far as what was happening with our vertically integrated liquid. And now those numbers that we were talking about just a few moments ago, that threshold's been reached. Remember I told you it could get up to 80? Well, it's 79 now. Just kilograms per meter square. And that's going to be the first of the large hail that will be falling. It's in between Grayford and Mineral Wells. It's probably why we still have this severe thunderstorm warning at the current now with 2-inch size hail being reported in this storm already. And I'm sure it is growing there as we go through the past 30 minutes or so. So we'll continue to watch that right now. That is our severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado warning to the north of there. That's going to continue to move on eastward, coming across I-35 here in about 40 minutes. The tornado warning will. And still watching that coming in from the radar. Whew, that looks pretty bad, doesn't it? Let me see. Let me check here. Give me one sec here. Checking in with B here to get some information from him. moment, B, I don't have your audio. Be talking to Brett here in just a couple of seconds. Give us one moment. We're working on the audio here at the moment. See what, B, we got Jarvis. Our big guy is just checking in. He's going to be with us for the day today, and he's offering. I don't even have control over the mouse anymore. So Jarvis will have you on here in just a couple of seconds. But let me get you, the viewer, up to date on what we have. They just reissued this tornado warning there for Elmore City in Oklahoma. That's Katy, Oklahoma. Foster, you're still underneath the tornado warning here at the moment. That's going to be a continuation going into the next, 45 minutes or so. And it goes until 3:30, actually. So 30 minutes now. The tornado warning crossing over to 35 near Pauls Valley. The Wynwood area, the Chickasaw Nation, you're in the path of this storm as it moves on eastward and goes into the next little while. One of the things that we're looking at here currently is the fact that we have overall some of the most sunlight we've had so far during the day. Today, the heating of the day is prime. So I think over the next few hours, we more than likely are going to have the higher chances, opportunities of, I hear you now, B, the opportunities for thunderstorms to be showing up. I hear you, but I don't see you in the audio mixer at the moment. But Jarvis will figure it out. I hear. Okay, I hear you in my ear. The two boxes up at the top, but I don't know if you can still use it or
He's
not.
got it.
There you are, B. You're still a little blown out, but I think that's coming in. Some of that's coming in from your window on the left side of you.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Jarvis, if he wants to mess with the settings on that, I could not do that on my end, unfortunately. And then I've got a lot of sunshine, as you can see. This side of my face, guys,
Yeah.
is blown out here, but that's because there's sunshine coming in through the window. We are in Gainesville, Texas right now. The temperature is 71. Our dew point earlier was about 70 degrees. It is now up to, 60 degrees. It is now up to 63 degrees here. So we're watching those big storms now that are going to the west, that are going severe at this point in time. We've got the one west of Decatur that we've been monitoring pretty heavily down near Mineral Wells. That looks to be very substantial. We now have new severe thunderstorm warnings for Montague County, which is just to my west, just west of Nacona. Now we're starting to see those storms that we expected to blow up on this dry line that are really beginning to go now. So that's kind of the story for the moment. It looks like to me, Dave, the better backed surface winds are going to be as these storms move into the Dallas area right here along I-35, which is why we have not moved toward the west or toward the north. I think we're in a prime environment here as these storms have formed now and they move into that this afternoon.
Yeah, I kind of thought that too. I mean, just looking at what was going on there, because over there we just sort of did a little analysis here. Because 30 minutes ago, none of that stuff had popped up near Bowie and down to Eastland. None of that stuff was there, so it's just now popping up. I think that's going to be the line we were just talking about. They might even, you probably see a mezzo come out of that area. The discussion with the little cloud-looking thing around that area there, because I think that's going to be what we'll focus on here. But you're right there in a prime spot. A little bit odd. The polygon goes northward back across the Red River from the storm back down to your west. But, there's more. There are going to be more there as we go into the rest of this afternoon. We got some high numbers here. I saw 80 kilograms per meter squared on a couple of VIL products there. So the large hail will be a continuation over the next little while also. And then some of the other stuff that we're looking at through the day today is going to be the fact that we'll definitely have some high winds coming in, approaching the area from time to time. And that's what we'll look at as well. Sorry, Jarvis, I stole your mouse there. If we're going to use radar, we'll have to use it off of my iPad, so I don't have your mouse, Jarvis, just to add that in. And that's where we are currently, B. I know you're going to be watching what's happening there. We don't have your camera out of the front of your vehicle just yet, but we'll pop that up as well.
It's going now, Dave. You
Okay.
guys, whenever you're ready, I just started that up so that we could begin to use that. I think go time, or essentially what we're going to call go time, is pretty much upon us now with these large storms. Really, the one near Jacksboro, explosive developments is ongoing now. So that's kind of where we're at, Dave. We're going to make a decision here soon. I'm going to be, here on the highway. I'm thinking we may go out of Gainesville down 51 toward the southwest, and get down there. That storm there that's going to run Denton. And unfortunately, guys, it's 3:00 in the afternoon. This is going to come across the area at a very, very bad time. It's going to come through the metro. It looks like right around rush hour.
Yeah. And, like we said, if you go back, the radar, we go back a little bit with the radar. Nothing there. Now it's all beginning to pop in that line there. Are you thinking like going to Decatur, Brett, or are you going to go that way?
Yeah, somewhere Decatur, Denton. Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I'm going to go down 52 or if I'm going to just take 35 south.
Yeah.
If I go toward Decatur, that's going to put me closer to the storms, in a faster time period. So
Yeah.
that's kind of what I'm looking for right now, just trying to determine what to do.
Well, and the other thing too is the big storm coming into Dallas. That's a big one. I don't know what it's, exactly what it's going to do. I don't know if you looked at it in the last few, but there's definitely it's a monster.
That's the one I'm interested in. Yeah.
So we're going to be watching out for all of these going into the rest of the afternoon. We're, again, going to be watching Brett inside of his vehicle and what's happening in front of it. If you ever wanted to be with Brett, if you ever wanted to win a date with Brett, this is it, because you're going to be with him for the entire day today, this afternoon, off and on. We'll be getting his reference on what he sees, because you can't. I'm back here in sunny Alabama at the moment where it's beautiful. And it's at this point, everything that is around the area there into the state of Texas, crossing with the Red River, and into that area just to the south of Oklahoma City and Norman is a very volatile-looking situation for the rest of this afternoon with those storms just now beginning to pop up. Now we got your camera there. Lovely. Love to be on that pontoon boat right there passing by. And we're watching some of the other people, too, with the Live Storms Media through the day today. We'll be checking in with several of the folks who are out and about through the day today, looking at all those videos. So you won't get more video coverage of what's happening here. Something I was going to ask you, Brett. Let's talk for just a second. Let's just talk about what the heck you've gone through over the past 3 days. I don't know how you're even sitting there at this moment, but you've gone from watching high winds and crashing shores up into New England, all the way back down into the state of Texas. What was that like?
Oh man, it's been a grind. Flew to New England, had the winter weather event up there, dealt with that, and then literally turned around and came right down here on a plane yesterday. Got a little bit of sleep, and now we're ready to rock and roll. That's kind of what we got to do. There's no rest for the weary at this point, and I'm probably going to mess up and say some things I shouldn't, or say some things that are not correct, because I'm going to be doing 15 different things at one time while we're on the road today.
Yeah, I understand that. It's even got, you've developed this cool voice where you have an echo to it, too, so that's also pretty cool as well. You got that from New England, I think. Do you have any chowder?
That's awesome. I got some clam chowder. I did the chowder.
I knew you would.
So it was cool though. It was cool. That was the first time I'd ever had that. So yeah, that was pretty awesome.
Good deal.
Good little experience for sure.
All right, B, we'll check back in with you in just a few moments. Now you got a lot of stuff to do, a lot of people to take care of through the day today. So we're going to be checking in with him off and on through the rest of this afternoon. and making sure that we know what's happening across the entire area here. We'll definitely make sure that that's going to be the case going into the rest of this evening as well, because a lot's going to be happening through the day. And as we said, it's breaking weather. That's what we're looking at here. Some of the conditions are going to be that way throughout the rest of this afternoon into this evening, and even during the day tomorrow. Still have a tornado watch and the area with a new, the old tornado warning is still with us for the next 25 minutes. There's a tornado warning still in effect. Northeastern Stevens, northwestern counties there, just outside of southwestern Garvin County. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail being reported out of that storm. It's 7 miles to the north of Velma, which I don't know if you've watched that series, but what a creepy little thing coming out the Velma from. It's on Netflix. Anyway, what's happening here is the bigger deal overall is going to be in this region, up and down a line that's going to be taking place here. Not linear just yet. We're looking at cellular stuff, at least into the afternoon. But as we go into the rest of this evening, this will become more of a linear situation, breaking away and moving on to the east. And like we were talking about a little bit earlier during the day today, we knew that some of this stuff was going to be in a situation that would be causing high winds to take place. The possibility of a tornado or two would be taking place as well. And then the rest of the area, we'd be watching and seeing what was happening there with some of the bigger thunderstorms that are popping up. And B, I don't know if you can still hear me, but when you got something, you just yell at me. This is our first time to do this, but when you got something, you see something or something you want to talk about, just say, hey, Dave. Because I'm used to being interrupted, so we're cool. And again, we got Jarvis. You take him full screen out the front of his vehicle there, if you could, for a minute. I want to. Which direction are you looking at, B? Your audio's better. You're good. You're good. Yeah, all right, you're good. Again, that's the front of his vehicle. What you're seeing right there, it's the camera coming out of the front. Heath, give me a dollar. Lawler is also in the vehicle there. I think he's probably running this information. They're being cut off by FBI here at the moment. No, just kind of look that way. But the cloud deck is there. Plenty of clouds there into the area, but there's also plenty of sunshine. We've had a lot of destabilization over the past couple of hours, and now the new line that's taking place, or the new area, if you will. You could draw it in a line, but there's cellular thunderstorms that are occurring along the line, roughly from Norman, Oklahoma, all the way down to the south, and include that little polygon region right there that has a tornado involved with it. At the moment, a tornado warning there. It is not a visual. It's radar indicated at this point. They're saying that there's an indication there of rotation near Katy and Elmore City, Foster and Parnell. You're near the tornado warning. Located near Foster, it's moving east at about 40 miles an hour now. The possible tornado associated with it could make its way across I-35 just north of the reservation in probably 15 minutes or so. And an inch-and-a-half size hail being reported there over the last 10 minutes or so, and we'll get you some of that information as well as we go through into the next couple of 15 minutes or so, because I think the hail is going to be getting bigger and bigger. Inch and a half is ping pong ball sized, by the way. We had the 2-inch size hail a little bit earlier that was being reported. When you get up into the 2 inches, you're talking about a lime, a penny egg, a hen egg. You might be talking about there, and 2.5 is up to tennis ball size hail, and they are predicting that there could be some of that during the day today, some as large as tennis balls falling from the sky. So we'll be watching out for that with you, and let you know about any of that should pop up here into the short term. Right there is your spin, your rotation associated with this thing coming across I-35 near Pauls Valley. Down to the south of there's some other areas that we're looking at too. Severe thunderstorm warning right there near Nacona, and that is the Red River right in this area. The severe thunderstorm warning is going to be for Jefferson, Love, Carter, and Clay counties. Jefferson, Love, Carter, Clay counties, you're underneath severe thunderstorm warning. Not too far away from the town of Bellevue. This is moving east at 60 miles per hour. So we've got steady movement here, 60 miles per hour. That would get us into the, if we calculate this, our estimated times of arrival coming into Ringgold in about 15 minutes, Nacona in about 25 minutes. Got 35 minutes into Spanish Fort. About 4,000 people are within this polygon area. And definitely want to be watching out what's happening here for you through the rest of this afternoon into this evening as we go on, because there's going to be more strengthening, I think, as we continue on. New severe thunderstorm warning now near Bowie. And this is coming toward Brett. As Brett was talking about a few moments ago, he's probably right in the spot there where he can move either 10 miles to the north or south along I-35. Keep a good signal that way, too. By the way, he'll have got a good signal out the front of his vehicle and behind. You're seeing it there just beneath myself. And Jarvis, if you could make it, well, it's all right there, but I don't think the average person can see it. If you might could quarter it down on the bottom left-hand side, and I'll go screen right with the graphics here a little bit more. But and every once in a while, I'm just going to pop it up because I do want to watch what's happening out of his vehicle. Let me do it here for just a second. That, again, is what's coming out of the front of Brett's car at the moment. You can see the cloud deck there, the lowered cloud deck, moving pretty rapidly from the area and kind of looking at what's happening. You see the greenery on the trees beginning to take place. Everything got bit here in the southeast over the last couple of nights. We had 20s, low 20s in Fort Payne, Alabama. It was quite chilly, but things are beginning to change just a little bit for the warmer now. We'll see some of the warmer air popping in. Back to the radar here, and once again, there's your severe thunderstorm warnings up and down the line. They went ahead and let the tornado warning, I guess they dropped it. I think it had another 15 minutes in it. But right now, we don't have a tornado warning. We got severe thunderstorm warnings up and down the entire line. We'll look at it here a little bit more linear and show you. Those are the thunderstorm cells that we're talking about that go up and down the line I-35 and then back to the west. You can see everything that's happening there, too. As far as that goes, we look at, let's see. Well, just kind of watching that. But down to the south there, we got some of the thunderstorms. We're also looking at temps being into the 70s here at the moment. We got 73 degrees. A couple of areas where we see some of the dew points that are coming down as well. In fact, let me just take and we'll look at some of the METAR data in these areas and talk dew points here. Once again, there are your dew points into the 60s. We got 63, 64, looks pretty average. I think Brett's reporting 62 right now out of his vehicle. There across that region too. Some of those showers and thunderstorms that are building down to the south are going to be producing 65, 70 degree dew point conditions. So we'll kind of look out for that. Yeah, as we move along and into the next couple of hours. Everything's going to change here in the next couple of hours, specifically because we're going to see more and more in the way of some of that heavy precipitation. Right now, again, out of the front of Brett's vehicle, still looks like a lot of that's going to be a continuation and move into the rest of the evening. From west to east now, the line of thunderstorms up and down the line. They go from this section of southern Oklahoma just to the south of Oklahoma City. And you can see why there's not severe up in Oklahoma City, because we got dew points that are into the 40s. There's a major dew point line here. Check this out. We got 45 degrees up here in Norman, but 62 is our current dew point reading just south of there. 10 miles south of there along I-35. We got dew points into the low 60s. So pretty much what we're looking at up and down the line is the fact that some of these thunderstorms are going to be with us for the rest of this afternoon. We're going to be checking in with Brett Adair off and on through the day today as well. I want to make sure I got a lot of feedback from him just moments ago. It sounded like wind noise. So Jarvis, I don't know if everybody was hearing that or just me. But that's kind of where we are. We're working out the kinks here because we've added another camera or two. You see quite a few people lined up to get gasoline as we move along too. And let me pop him back up here real quick because we're going to ride along with him. I think he's made the decision to move, but I'd like to see the atmosphere. I'd like to see what the cloud deck looks like as he is passing through the area across northern Texas, just south of the Red River and the Shawnee-Tecumseh area, just outside of Pauls Valley. You talking to me, B? Yeah. Yep.
About to hit 35 south. That storm that's going to go toward Fort Worth and south of Denton is going to be the one, I do believe. It's a new mesoscale discussions just come out, and they highlight that area with hatching for the greatest short-term threat of all severe hazards. So that's where we're going to go. I kind of believe that the storm's deviant motion is allowing it, I believe, to really get going. So
Yeah.
we're about to hit 35 and truck it toward the south. That's going to be our shot.
Okay. Yeah, that kind of made sense
Um,
all along. It sort of seemed that way, and we sort of made up our own little fake mezzo there a little bit earlier, but everything was popping there. We watched it go from nothing to something, so we knew the actual pop line was going to be right
this is
there,
what
just along
matters.
81, and back to the west. So you can see the clouds there above you, B. Some of the darkening clouds beginning to show up. Has it been sunny there at all, or has it been kind of cloudy?
No, we had some intermittent sun. That's what is basically allowed things to really destabilize and heat up. Let's see. It's allowed things to destabilize. We actually moistened up a little bit too. I mean, our dew point 62, 63. What's interesting is right ahead of that cell in the western Fort Worth area, Arlington 65, 66 degree dew points are ongoing there. So that is
Yeah.
something that's very interesting to me. And that's again, one of the reasons why we feel like now the call to the south is needed, and we're gonna go get it because these storms are gonna move at a pretty good clip too.
Yeah. Yeah, that just makes it. Yeah, I saw some of them. They were given 60 miles an hour, so that just made common sense. So good. We're going to see that coming up here in just a few moments. We're going to be looking at some of that stuff. It is as it is happening there with Brett into that area. We're talking about those dew point conditions again near Arlington, 66 at Fort Worth. He was talking about that, and where he's at, it's about 62. So it's much juicier the further you go south. What, about 2 or 3 degrees for every 10 miles that you go to the south? The dew point is rising there, coming out with southerly winds. In fact, Brett, I don't know if you saw it, but just outside of 35E there, Hillsboro has a 70-degree dew point. If I'm reading that right, it's 70 over
Oh
70.
wow,
Yeah.
wow, that's incredible.
So everything,
That's incredible.
yeah. Yeah. And Waco's like 68 to 69. So even if the 70's not, it's close. 66 in Waxahachie.
Well, well, the good thing, I'm not going to say a good thing. The thing about these southern plays are dew points are higher, and also the winds are more backed. We see more surface flow down there. I'm seeing 15 knots, pretty common down around the metro area, even some 20-knot readings up in some of these areas. So it's pretty vital that we begin to break on toward the south now as these storms are blowing up. They are staying isolated for the near term. We just got a golf ball size hail report, by the way, out of Mineral Wells, and that's from a spotter, 1.75 inch, 3 northeast of Mineral Wells. So that hail core is not a joke either.
Hello, Heath. Um, this is a big old storm coming across Weatherford now. That thing's ugly, and look at how there's
Yep.
inflow down on the bottom side of it. There's a hail core. This thing's about set up. That'd be worrisome to me if I knew that was coming in from the west and coming into such a high populated area. What do we got here? I mean, we're looking at this population being well into the millions coming up. Let me see. For moving
Yeah,
east.
that's why we're going. That's why we're moving toward the south. There's
Yeah,
very little doubt that that's the area in which we need to be in.
yeah. 1.3 million within the polygon.
Yep.
All right, so one of the big storms of the moment there that we were just talking about is Brett is on the move. He's following that. You can see it outside of you. You'll see it probably from time to time as they maybe make a little bit of a right turn or something. You'll see it. It's going to be on his right-hand side a little bit more, not straight south, but on his right-hand side as they head southward. And you probably, I don't know, Brett, can you see it off into the distance yet, or is it too cloudy in between
Well,
there?
there's actually a couple of storms here, so I've got one storm that's kind of blocking my view at the
Yeah.
moment. I am starting to eclipse it, and we'll begin to look at the flank of this one soon. But let's talk about the serious nature of this. Fort Worth has dealt with some, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars in a disaster with hailstorms, and unfortunately, this is a classic looking supercell at the moment. It has that flying eagle appearance, which David can, kind of show you what we mean on the radar there. That little tip on the southern flank that you see there, that is the updraft area, and the air is going upward, and then it spreads out with the upper level winds. That's kind of where our inflow is going in. David's showing you that there. There's where your hail core is going to be, and also, just to the south of that hail core is where you're going to see the possibility of a tornado. And that thing's V'ing out. We call that a V notch there. And you can see how it looks like it V's up at the top. And then it has a little appendage that falls off of the tail flank of it. So, very impressive looking hail signatures. Just based on the storm structure, we've got a lot of instability. And this is going into the metro again. It is 3:21 p.m. local time. And this is going to move into the metro between 4 and 5 p.m. when people are getting off. And you can also see we've got some extreme, those are downdraft winds, I would think,
Yep.
on the backside of that, probably inside that hail core, Dave, right?
Yep. Yeah, right at 80 or so. And I mean,
So
you look at the
that's
hail.
going to be a problem.
Yeah. Look at the hail core. I mean, we're it's maxed out there at 79.5. I don't think they have a higher number in here, but
Yeah, I think that's as high as the scale will go. And
yeah. So now you're already talking about two different dangers here. Along the fact that we look like we have a storm that wants to go ahead and mature into a possibly a tornado producing storm, but we know for sure right now it's producing super large hail already just north of the interstate, north of Weatherford, coming in, all that lightning there. But the second facet to this, again, if it's producing 2.5-inch size hail, that's tennis ball size hail or greater. Should that be occurring, we don't know what the Ville of the moment is or the day, but 80, when you get up there, even for Texas, 80's up there and worrisome. And I know they're, even if you and I talked about this, didn't think there were going to be a bunch of tornadoes today, but really thought there was going to be a bunch of hail reports, and this might be the first real legitimate one.
well, I think this is the first legitimate supercell of the day. Matter of fact, David, we do have a view of the storm now. Once we eclipse this hill, you can kind of see the base of it back. Here we go. It's going to have a really good view.
Yeah.
All right, right back there. It's in the distance, but
Yeah.
there's the base of the storm back there as we approach it, and we're starting to see very, very strong velocity signatures now on the inbound side and the outbound side. I tell you what, David, one thing's going to be our friend as this thing approaches the metro. We have two terminal Doppler radars there as well as the Weather Service NexRad.
Right.
So the terminal Doppler, I've watched that thing pick up tornadoes in the past that the Weather Service radar not necessarily has picked up early on. So that's going to be very interesting. It's got a little better resolution there as it moves in toward the metro. We've got another golf ball size hail report. I can only imagine it's going to get larger as it comes into the metro now too.
So the rear flank is blowing down on this thing now, and if you look at the last velocity data there, but we got a little notch up there just above it. And this is how they mature. This is how they end up.
David, we're approaching a 50,000 foot top on that sail now. It's up to 48,000 feet in the atmosphere. So that baby is chunking. It's got to be chunking large stones. Not to mention, the one thing that has been mentioned in a lot of the forecasting discussions was we were going to have more linear situation possibly. Well, this is well out in front. It formed on the dry line, and now it has pushed well out ahead of the dry line. So if there's going to be a tornado threat, this is it. This will be the storm.
Yeah.
Or this set of storms will be that.
There's really nothing south of there to suck any energy in other than this one. And typically your first one is going to do that. It's going to be the one that takes most of it. So pretty wild there. I'm looking at Brandon Ivy as well. He's got some pretty wicked. I don't know if that's the storm or not. He's in Bowie. I think that's this. I think he's on that storm just to the west of you. But all your guys seem to be within range of some of the big storms. We got 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings at the moment. The tornado warning up here near the Chickasaw Nation that was near Pauls Valley has been allowed to expire. It's been replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning. Some large hail being depicted there within that storm also. Just really kind of a figure 8 sort of a deal there near Katy. And that's producing some of those large hailstones that we're talking about. Brett was talking about just a few moments ago. And then this thing coming into Weatherford now. Now you're getting into a huge populated area. This is large enough hail already to cause damage or injury. Should you get into this, this is what a tornado-producing supercell thunderstorm would look like in reflectivity. If you've seen them before on the internet, whatever your case may be. Really wrapping up now, and you can see the outflow aloft. The forward flank is blowing out just about the way it should. You're beginning to get a notch here into this area too, and the velocity data showing you it's blowing hard. The winds are out ahead of this thing. We got some 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. There's a couple of pixels there right into the 80 mile per hour range, Brett.
Well, we just got a hail report there northwest of Weatherford. It's an impact report, so
yeah,
we take those a little lightly. But I do see a couple storm chasers in the area there. 3-inch hail there off of Farm to Market 2421, just northwest of Weatherford. 3-inch report there. So I'm looking to see who's around there. That looks like that could be a legitimate report. That is in a proper area of the core, and several reports of large hail coming in that vicinity, though. So I would say that that's probably legitimate, and we did eclipse.
Yeah. Hey, Brett.
We talked a little bit about
can we look at Brandon's Ivy's video for a sec?
That's fine. Pop it up.
Pop that up for a sec if you can see that, Jay. Because I think he's on the east side. Maybe you can tell me, Brett, a little bit more. I think he's on the east side of the storm that's just west of you, but I'm not positive. I don't see the marker for him here. This is in Bowie. But that's a heck of a storm right there.
No, he's northwest of it. He's northwest of it on 82. Or is that 81? That's 81. There.
81. So, but he's looking at not the storm down to the south. He's looking at the storm that's a little bit. Oh, they're about to go tornado on this thing. Did you see the?
He's looking at the elongated one. Yes, I'm seeing the inflow region begin to pick up there. I'm about to jump into Dallas Fort Worth's Weather Service chat.
Yeah, just north of Weatherford now. I think the tornado's forming right there, just like we kind of thought.
Just 1 second.
Ooh, that's an ugly storm.
Information there, Dave. Mid-level rotation is strengthening with that cell. Still unorganized at the moment in the low levels. They up their threat to considerable damage threat due to hail.
There's 120
also,
knots.
in addition to the hail.
Yeah.
Yeah, in addition to the hail, there appears to be a strong RFD wind surge occurring at this time that would affect the northern fringes of Weatherford. Tennis ball size hail was also reported just southeast of Mineral Wells.
Yeah, I think this is a tornado trying to pop, though. There's you see the last 2 pixels there.
Yep.
There's a 60, positive 60, negative 65, 120.
Yep. Yeah, I see that, David. It's coming into range too. There, the Weather Service.
Yeah.
Radar.
Oof. Big storm.
Man. Big velocities there. Just really popped off on the storm relative side. I'm taking a look at radar scope as well. Just looking at different products, and it's showing a really tight signature there, northeast side of Weatherford.
Yeah, are you seeing what I'm seeing when I'm talking about it too?
Yes, I
Okay,
see the little
just making
gate to
sure.
gate area there, which
Yeah,
would be in the inflow region. So
yeah,
with that tail end of that hook down there beginning to kind of it looks like it's trying to wrap around, that's very suspect.
yeah. But those folks are good down there.
Very
As I
suspect.
was talking about this a little bit earlier, there's a huge difference between weather offices in the central part of the country where tornadoes are, they see them all the time. They learn from them. They know when to pull the trigger and when not to. They certainly don't. I don't know of any office down there that pulls the trigger and I go, why'd you do that? I mean, they normally know what they're doing. We're on the West Coast, on the East Coast, maybe not as familiar with seeing a signature, so they pop them off pretty quickly. Their tendency is more on the side of caution, but these folks are good down there. Like, that's got to be making me hold my breath because I'm wondering what the next image looks like now.
Yeah. Quick shout out Proxima 888 that's in our chat there. Thanks for that. Threw a donation up to us. Thanks for that. That's very helpful. We
Always.
appreciate that with everything. We're going to continue to get on this storm as quickly as we can now and as safely as we can as we are going to go into rush hour mode soon. That's the big fear. I've got a jet, David. Let me see if you can see this on the feed here in a second. I've got a jet going into this storm, trying to land ahead of it.
Oh, really? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I
Give me
see it.
just a minute, you'll see it.
I see it. Unbelievable.
See it now. There's a plane trying to get into DFW ahead of the storm, and I'm gonna back out, and you can see the storm now. When I back out, there's the inflow region. It's about to fly through.
Oh, I think I would.
That's gonna be a turbulent landing there.
Right
See that
there.
that inflow area?
Yeah.
Woo!
That's
Because
like
they're just off the deck, and I guarantee you those winds are already beginning to haul.
it's kind of like flying across the Rockies.
Absolutely. Let's see.
All right. Once again, they're still saying severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Wampler, coming into the Willow Park areas where we think the worst of this is at the moment. At least the highest winds. There does tend to be some turning there. You can already see the back side of it has a curl that's going with it as well. The really bright, what we saw was the rear flank of this whole thing was blowing out there just a few moments ago, and I'm sure it was producing some super high winds on the bottom side of it. It was about right there near Lemley, coming in across Mineral Wells, the highway there, and then coming on to the east. That's broken down a little bit now, but we still have a very distinctive curl showing up there near Wampler, inbound and outbound associated with it, and they have somebody sitting there holding the button that says tornado warning, because they're going to make sure that they get that out. If that's the case, now Brett and I have seen thousands and thousands and thousands of these situations, but they still don't let us make the call. So they're watching out for that. We're watching out for that. We see what they see, so we're just kind of really looking at this the same way they would, and I applaud them for what they're doing here at the moment. They don't want too many false alarms that go out, and they're going to make sure this thing is for real on the ground. They put out a warning, a severe thunderstorm warning, and I think everybody in that area knows that that's pretty serious as well in its own right, and especially in this sort of situation where we know we have some large hail involved to be.
Yeah, and quick shout out Jesus Lover 777 donated as well. Thank you very very much. Don't mean to not give you guys a little attention, and I'll do that as we can. We're approaching the DFW airport. Actually, we're approaching Denton right now, 35. We will be approaching DFW soon. DFW is almost in the forward flank, and we just watched that commercial jet airliner going down into trying to get in the airport ahead of the supercell. That's going to be an interesting landing, folks. I wish I knew what flight number that was, because I guarantee you there's going to be some individuals that are going to get the turbulent ride of their life on landing. What I can say, guys, hail Hail is a obvious deal with this. Going to be a lot of large hail. Mineral Wells got pounded. North Weatherford got pounded. This is coming toward you, DFW. This is coming toward Fort Worth. This is coming toward Keller, North Richland Hills, maybe Euless and Flower Mound. Those are the next communities in line. We are watching developing mid-level rotation, so that is also an issue. Well, not developing, it's rotating in the mid-level. We're watching it develop in the lower levels of the atmosphere now. But this is a serious weather situation that's ongoing, and again, coming in the metro area at a bad time. And we've got a visual on it. That's this that you're seeing on our live dash camera here. This is what the forward flank of a supercell would look like as the anvil or the top of the cloud deck spreads out away from the storm. We're underneath that. We're under what we would call an anvil shadow right now. And the base of that is going to be on the right side of the image here. Let me see, I'm passing a truck. You'll see here in just a couple of seconds. But that lower area back in there, that's where the thickness of the storm is, or where the updraft of the storm is located at the current time. And that's what we're going to be watching as we continue to roll on down the Interstate 35 corridor here, Dave.
Yeah, and again, just some of our estimated times of arrival. You can see them there on the graphic. We're looking at Lakeside and Lake Worth at about 20 minutes. Should we continue at about 50 to 55 miles per hour to the east? Talking about 20 minutes or so, the arrival, and that's look, this covers a large area, by the way, the hail shaft does. It's not a small little point. We're looking at a large area. Say that again?
Yeah, patch me through.
Yeah, so we're still looking at the same sort of a thing here that's happening there with most of this as it goes on to the east. But this is definitely going to be just north of I-20. Definitely going to come into the northern side of White Settlement and Lake Worth, the rest of that area there too. A lot of these thunderstorms as they go in that general direction, they're going to make their way into the western side of town. But the huge hail core that we're talking about is a little bit further off to the north there at the moment. And certainly what we'll be looking at as we go through and into the rest of the afternoon is big hail is a very strong likelihood. It's not a possibility, it's a likelihood that's going to be taking place. So pretty much what we're watching up and down the entire line as we move on through are going to be these huge thunderstorms as they go on in that general direction and coming into the Fort Worth area. You see them, we see them, we're going to be talking about them. The whole line here is still shaping up into 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me get you updated on where they are, the current 4 warnings that we have. And the first ones are going to be into the Montague, Jefferson, Oklahoma, Love, Oklahoma, and Carter, Oklahoma. You can see those 1-inch size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's that first severe thunderstorm warning to the north. The second one includes Parker, Tarrant, and Wise, Texas. Those are going to be with 65-mile-per-hour winds. And that's where we've already got the expectation of 2.5-inch size hail with this thing. 2.5-inch, that's what's coming into the downtown area, 2.5 inches. That's when you're starting to talk about softball size hail. 2.5, an apple, or up to softball is 3-inch size hail. Excuse me. Talking about large hail, no matter how you look at that at this point. So definitely need to be watching out for that, and we'll definitely do so. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to cough in your ear. So that's one of the big storms there that we're looking at. The one with the largest hail for sure. 1.75-inch size hail coming out of this storm in Pontotoc and Garvin and Murray. That's the storm that's just off to the north here a little bit, but also seeing the hail grow. We're seeing the hail get larger coming into Wynwood and just off to the south. And let's see if we've got any velocity with this. All over the place here, really. It's more of a straight line sort of a situation at the moment, but could see that actually starting to fire a little bit later as we move along and into the next little while. So we'll keep our eyes on both of those storms, the bigger part of both of those storms going into the next 30 minutes or so. We'll be watching out for all of those as they do so. So large hail associated with all of this going into the rest of this afternoon. And again, southward, we got that one severe thunderstorm warning down to the south. We're following that one too. That's just outside of Nakona. there. That's going to be expiring in 5 minutes, but 60-mile-per-hour winds there too. And of note, the storm of the moment has to be this one down to the south here. The National Weather Service is watching this oh so closely. Now, Brett is close as well. He's coming into Denton at the moment, but he's going to be moving into the Fort Worth region here very shortly. Coming in from the north. Now, if anything, let me back this up just a tad. Actually, let me back it up this way. We'll look at it here and back it up just a tad. There's still some spin right there, although now we're seeing an injection of this a little bit more, and it's not exactly cut off, but we're seeing the high winds coming into the Willowport region. Let me get back to this, into a reflectivity sort of a deal. Oh, so close. I mean, this is so close to being called a tornado warning. Again, a very mature storm as we look at it. If we didn't have anything else other than radar technology, I'd look at this and I go, this is a big, bad storm here at the moment. My first part of my career, by the way, into the 80s, I had a radar with 3 colors. Just 3 colors. That's why it wasn't Doppler radar. It was a C-band radar that big old dish like we used to have when you first got your first satellite delivered television. We had this huge dish that would pick up the radar data for us, and this is, again, it's an unbelievable sort of a deal here. You got the notch coming in. This is the forward flank of the whole storm. Let me draw it out one more time for you if you'd like to see it and know more about the dynamics of the storm. This is called the RFD, the rear flank downdraft, and that's what's coming in and falling down into the storm and then moves outward. It moves in this direction. You got air coming in here that's going up, feeding this thing, the warm air, and then this is your hail shaft area right about there. And then it comes in. You don't see it as pronounced as it was a little bit earlier, but you can get the sense of a V-notch here on the back side of this. Well, just like water does in a stream, the upper level winds are blowing in this direction, but have to blow around the hail shaft itself, which creates many low pressures, 2 low pressure areas there, which bring the whole thing back into the storm, or try to, like this. But then all this mess is called the forward FFD, the forward flank downdraft, which is what we're seeing on the camera just beneath me here. That is Brett. We are following him all over the place, and that's what he is seeing here at the moment, is the forward flank downdraft, because Brett is right up here in this area, and he's looking down. Our camera is looking in that direction too. We're following him as he moves into the area there across the rest of that area. Hold on for one moment. Yep. Oh, you're good. You're good. Yep, you're good. We're following you. We got you there. So again, yeah, that's where Brett is up there. He's on the south side of Denton now at the moment, but coming up on the storm, and you know, when you see sort of a signature like this, and you see what could happen, there's a lot of stuff that could happen. I mean, you kind of play this out in your mind, and like I said, I've been doing this a super long time, so I don't know if it, because I've done this for such a long time, if I can sense these sort of things. But if you see this, you can see I sense it starting to really spin right in here a little bit more. See a little curvature right there to some of the reflectivity, and then you got this curvature right here. I think right in here we're trying to develop. I don't know. We just have to sort of watch it. I mean, we're all over it. Not sort of watch it. We're all over it. But what are they talking about? Parker. Oh. So what they did just do, I can, how I can go about showing you this. I think I can show you this right. I didn't want to see that. Old. All right. Yes, I apologize. That didn't work out at all the way I wanted it to. Yo. Okay.
Instead of going down into West Fort Worth, we're going to go down more toward the Metroplex because that storm's coming to the west side of town. Looking at the traffic maps down there near Fort Worth,
Yeah.
it is a disaster right now.
Yeah. Didn't think about that.
So we're going to see if we can't. Whoa. Okay. Street sweepers. We're going to get out in front of it as it comes across and position ourselves so that we can also hang with it versus getting overran and not being able to stay with the storm.
Yeah, I think I didn't think about that, but yeah, you're getting into the heart of drive time here, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Oop. I can't believe we haven't heard something about the gigantic hail there north of Weatherford. Weatherford's a pretty busy place.
Well, there has been reports now of tennis balls as well. Well, I tell you, it's continuing.
Mm-hmm.
It's continuing to get a better look based on what I'm seeing here. Let's see. Quarters, orange size hail in Peaster.
Orange?
That's impressive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Orange size quarters in Bowie, eggs, hen egg size hail near Weatherford as well was another report.
Okay.
So,
and you mentioned
hail core entering Western Tarrant. They're expecting 1 to 2 inches.
In fact, I just want to show you. So I went to I went and looked at some of the traffic stuff up here, and you can tell a lot. Brett, you might remember this. You and I have talked about this many times about pinpointing where a tornado might be just from the traffic jam that's ongoing. And you can see some of the traffic here that we were looking at just a few moments ago. This is along 51. It's county. It's Texas 51 there. Traffic has stopped there on Main Street for a couple of miles. And I don't know if that's regular traffic or not. But then if you look a little bit further on to the east, more the same along I-20 in particular. Brett was just talking about this. Some of this stuff is already stopped here near that Love's travel stop. And then as you come into town here, especially northbound, southbound, it is a freaking mess coming into Fort Worth itself. And again, I don't know much about what this looks like at the typical 3 o'clock hour, but even Dallas up to Richardson, Carrollton there along 635 and 35 in particular, that's some nasty stuff. So I get it, Brett, that you're going to have to kind of maneuver around that crap going into the next little while. It's not going to be easy getting around.
Well, right. If we want to be able to actually cover the storm itself, I'm just trying to be a little smarter about it. We may cut back to the west down here, like toward Flower Mound off of the exits, and watch the system coming in. But there was no use in me even trying to get down into Fort Worth. It was just there's no way it was going to happen.
Nope, I got you there.
Just so you know, TDAL radar, you can see that rotation there in the lower levels. It's a little broad, but it's showing up there near Lakeside. You got a pretty stout little area rotation there near Lakeside on the west side of town, northwest Fort Worth there. Now, that's on the terminal Doppler.
I didn't have those turned on, but I do now. Dew points are still gathering. It's 66 the dew point now. They're near the Fort Worth Airport, at the Fort Worth Airport, actually. That's the meet right there. 66 is the dew point. We got 71 over 66, already 20 mile per hour winds, gusting to 32 there at the moment. there at KFTW, and it's 71 over 66. So it's starting to get juicy. It wasn't there. We're really starting to see the warm air advection coming in. We're back into the 50s further to the west. So it is at the moment right now. It's pretty prime. The atmosphere is prime, as my grandmother used to say. You hit a cloud with a stick, and it's probably going to rain at this point. It is that juicy. And the storm of the moment, we'll say, is still coming in on the western side. This is going to be that one storm now with 70-mile-per-hour winds, tennis ball size hail, 7 miles now. It's going to be about 14 miles east of Weatherford. And as for that part of Tarrant County and Parker County, both of those counties here that we're looking at, I know we got some people who are watching us from Tarrant County. I've already talked to you a couple of times during the day today, and much appreciated. You are. Thank you for everything that you guys do. And heck, just thank you for watching. We appreciate it. Helps us feel good about our time here. But that's what we got at the moment. A severe thunderstorm warning back to the west. The other one up near Bowie that we're watching here. Severe thunderstorm warning associated with that, too. A couple of people are on that storm. The other one near Ardmore, a little bit further to the north. So there are 4 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment, and only that one tornado warning that we had a few moments ago that we are no longer dealing with. And this thing, I don't know, Brad, over the last few minutes now, it's looking a little more jagged. It certainly doesn't look as organized as I think it did 15, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, David, I don't think so either. At the moment, now again, we have watched that change time and time again. So
yeah,
we will continue to watch that as we go into time here. But still a stout-looking supercell thunderstorm.
Oh, it is.
Of the structure at the moment.
Even the VIL. So they just reissued a severe thunderstorm warning. They didn't go Tor. They went severe thunder.
Yeah, I'm okay with that right now. There's a lot of noise over there, though, in that inflow area. A lot of noise. So, oh man, that thing's almost starting to turn toward the southeast, isn't it?
A little bit. Yeah, that last
it's
couple
trying to run right through the metro area.
Yeah. Oh, I think it is. I think it's clearly going to probably do that.
It's trying to haul, that's for sure. So what we're going to have to end up doing is staying. Oh my goodness, man, this traffic's about to be a nightmare.
Yeah.
I'm very hopeful that we can get down into the area because I feel like that there's going to be some very, very, very large hail come through the metro with that. We're going to try. I just don't know if we're going to be able to get down in there. We're definitely going to try, though.
I'm going to go back to your full screen for just a moment. I got it.
Trying to get you some info, David. Sirens have been activated in Fort Worth, east side of Eagle Mountain Lake, and near the Alliance area. They're activating them for hail in the metro area, by the way, folks.
I don't think I've ever seen them do it for hail, but
winds backing hard on the west side of Fort Worth now. Well, we're ready, David. Whatever comes, we're ready.
You got a good signal. Camera looks great.
Yeah, we should have a whatever transpires. We should have it here for sure. Let's coming down to Louisville, Texas now on I-35 eastbound. If you can, if you're in the area familiar, I'm pretty sure you know where we are here, Louisville, Texas.
Actually, at this moment, that's not a bad, unless something happens in front of you.
It looks like that they are activating the sirens because of spring break.
Oh,
I forgot it's spring break down here right now, so you got a lot of kids that are at home.
yeah.
Just to give another, extra step here. If you got kids outside in the parks, hanging out or whatever, a lot of parents are still at work, about to get off work. So I mean, I actually commend the locals for getting those sirens going, because baseball size hail pops you in the head. It can kill you just as well as a tornado can.
Yeah, there's that's been politicized here over the past couple of years about whether or not to sound the sirens, and I'm of a generation that says, why not? I mean, along with, if I thought that I could alert my neighbor by banging on the top of the garbage can lid out in the yard, do it if it helped one person, and I know it goes back and forth, but. Yeah, sound the sirens. Absolutely. Somebody's outdoors. They're meant to be the problem with this is that they're meant to be heard outdoors. It's sort of an antiquated in a little way that when a lot of farming people were outdoors, didn't get the word, didn't have television. So that's why the sirens were invented. And, some people count on them, but not for their only reason of getting information or their only belief of getting information, and that's what the big deal is. But I'm glad they're sounding the sirens. I'm glad a little bit of extra doesn't. They're not worried about the political ramifications of that at this point. They are doing so, and looking at the radar again, as we have done here over the past little while, still following all the showers and thunderstorms that we have. Pretty big thunderstorms that are still occurring here, and the whole mess is coming into Fort Worth on the western side of town. The forward flank blowing off there. You can probably see it if you're up near the Dallas airport, near the area there. Looks like, as Brett was talking about, Brett's just outside of Flower Mound here at the moment. And already plenty of that blow off there. There is a lot of noise associated with it on the southwestern flank that we're talking about too, near White Settlement in the River Oaks area. That's the thing I'd be worried about right there. Politically, Lake Worth, and then throughout the rest of the region there, I-20 coming in on the southwestern side, and it's not as organized as it was a little bit earlier. I mean, we actually had a rear flank that was pretty busy moving across that Weatherford area. And while we still have it there, still a very mature storm. You can see it here showing up. Severe thunderstorm warnings all around it, but no tornado warning.
Yeah, watching the cell move toward the metro now, you can see multiple cameras across the region here showing the cell. Luckily, Dallas has a very extensive camera network. This is moving right in the direction now that it's took a little bit of a right turn. Love Field, DAL,
Right.
Dallas Love Field is right there on the east side of Irving, near University Park. It is literally banking. The Hell Corps is banking for that airport.
Yeah.
This is why these can be such disasters here across this area, because literally you've got two massive airports here, and they're in very vulnerable locations. And hail strike on an airplane isn't something that you could just recover from in a few minutes. They've got to really inspect that thing. So that hail core weakening would be the best thing that could happen in this scenario. But this is currently a bad situation for the TDAL or the DAL airport area.
Yeah. Coming in from the west now, and as Brett was saying, it's not quite as large, we'll say. The intensity is still there, but it's not quite as large as it was maybe 30 minutes ago in our vertically integrated liquid. We also have some pictures of the Reunion Tower coming in on Earth Cam we want to show you as well. We do still have a good view of what it looks like across the city at the moment. This is the Reunion Tower camera that shows across the city here at the moment. The low cloud deck that we're looking at goes all the way across the area here. Not quite sure what direction we are looking at here. Can you figure it out, Brett? Can you see the image that I'm talking about?
Just 1 second.
Because you're supposed to know everything. Let's see. I think the sun is hitting.
We are going to go right there.
I think west is going to be back this side of the camera, so we might be looking south. And it looks like the clouds are headed that way too.
Yeah. Let's see.
Is the cloud deck moving south or southeast?
Looks like it may be moving southeast.
Anyway, we're on the sun side of.
I wish they had a directional indication on those cameras.
Yeah, that would help a lot. But you have to deduce that at least the lights on this side, I see shadows on the far side. So if you look at the first couple of buildings, so the sun is definitely back this way. Anyway, so you're not really seeing the heart of the storm just yet. And Jay, if you got that other camera, did you get because the other camera does point back to the west, I think. We had two of them there from the Earth Cam that show up. One's the Reunion Tower, where they claim they have 66 gusts to 20.
Look at the storm on the backside is reorganizing. If you look west of Fort Worth, David, it's reorganizing. You got a little bit of a tail flank that's developing back there now. Wonder if we're going to see a pivot as this moves towards Fort Worth and Arlington.
I don't know. That's put that in motion. Yeah.
Trying to look at trying to keep tab. Oh yeah, you got some very interesting noise of velocity there, just southwest of Lake Worth.
Oh yeah, tons of lightning beginning to show up. It's right there on a 20.
That's a little more concerning to me. Let's see. Keep forgetting we have access to the terminal Dopplers. They don't look as alarmed. I don't know what's going on. It looks like
No.
maybe Fort Worth's radar is a little close to it.
We're starting to get
Tons
some
of lightning, though.
Yeah, tons of lightning. Starting to get some new thunderstorms. Looks like really starting to pop up now. We saw that wave go by, and now, especially down to the south here, back into the dew points. As soon as it hits the dew point line there new storms beginning to pop up a little further down to the south, like over toward Glenbury and into the Stevenson area. Stephenville, Texas. Huge UFO town there, by the way. Glen Rose down 144 or 35 west coming northward. But now beginning to see a couple of individual thunderstorms beginning to pop up there. I can say thunderstorm because there was a little lightning strike right there near Welcome Valley. Come on over. Right there, just south of Stephenville. And other than that, though, the severe thunderstorm warning coming into Fort Worth. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning to the north here that's just outside of Ada in Oklahoma. The severe thunderstorm for Cole, Pontotoc, Murray, and Hughes counties. Cole, Pontotoc, Murray, Hughes counties. That goes until 4:30 near Roth. It's golf ball size hill. Emergency management there reporting golf ball size here near the town of Sulphur, Oklahoma. That's moving on eastward at about 45 miles per hour. Going to be on US 75 there south of Wetumpka. McAllister coming in there. Once again, though, these are dew points. The 60-degree dew point isotherm is kind of like that right there. So everything south of there has a much better chance of being severe than all of this crap that's off to the north there at the moment. So what we're looking at here is just a couple of individual storms. I don't know, Brett. I'm not going to say underwhelming. We're always hoping to get out on the side of good when it comes to these sort of situations, but is this what you expected?
Well, a couple of storms in the metro area. It looks like they're a little bit early. Am I wrong thinking that these storms are a little early compared to what they maybe were supposed to be?
Well, I haven't looked at any of them. I mean, since we've been on air.
I mean, they seem a little early.
Why don't we just?
Well, yeah, they seem a little early, which makes me wonder if the cold front's going to come crashing in earlier. But yeah, we're gonna meander with these things, basically. Until the dry line front pushes through. That front in Oklahoma, you see that arc there. It's already approaching the Red River. So I mean,
yeah.
This is not going to be a long duration threat. That cold front there is going to crash southward, and as it does, it is going to create a line of thunderstorms and really cut the severe threat off. Once it goes through, you're done. So that's going to be a thing. But this particular storm down here, I expected maybe one or two storms to be big problem makers. The Fort Worth Meacham Airport, matter of fact, is in the core of this hail. So we're going to know just how bad the hail core is on this thing here in just a few minutes after it has gone over that airport. But otherwise,
you
about as expected.
You're also right there at the X point, the triple point area. If you down a second, so once that goes on by, I don't know. Kind of my first time to look at the radar again. Yeah, it blows on by, and it's incredibly linear there. Right about 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I honestly don't expect this to be a long duration chase day in terms of tornadoes and very, very large hail. I think, we see some of these hailers go into about, probably 8, 9 o'clock. I think is the latest that the chase goes on, and then it's linear, and we're dealing with, maybe some damaging winds, a little hail, and isolated tornado, maybe.
Yeah, you can see there's a little, some of that out. This is 9 o'clock tonight. Some of this east of Tyler, Texas, down in there. A few of these are going to be still isolated storms that you can see just out ahead of the actual front. It's back to the west. So there's probably a little bit of volatility right here near the Sabine River, south Shreveport, through there as it goes on by. And then the rest of the area, all this looks linear up in here. Now, we can have embedded tornadoes and linear stuff. We often do, and some of those, they try to look, at least on the radar depiction, they try to look a little bit individual, even though they're in the line. But talk about crashing. Brett and I were talking about this, watching this the other day, and we knew this front was going to crash on down. It goes all the way down to the Gulf really quickly here, passing on by, and by like 6 o'clock in the morning, it's already into the Gulf of Mexico. There.
Yep, that's going to be that's kind of the killer of the threat too.
Yeah.
I will say this.
Yeah.
That's going to be an interesting, thing to watch in terms of how it pans, because that there's several storm systems. It seems like we've continued to say this. There's several storm systems that are still poised in the forecast here for the next 2 weeks. It's like we look at the modeling, and it's just storm after storm. I don't know, the last 6 months, I'm exhausted. I know David's about exhausted too, but
no,
there's more storms on the horizon, and whatever happens. whatever happens with this front is going to be very key in what happens with our storm system next week, how far south that front pushes. Um, Say it ain't snow, but somebody may end up getting some snow next week just because
Shut up.
of the way that looks, and then we may go right into severe weather. It's really the flip of a coin right now. I hate this time of the year. We've got such transitioning going on at the moment, and it's been one of those years. It's been busy nonstop.
I'm going to throw up the model. I don't know how far the 18Z goes out just yet.
I'm waiting. I'm still looking at some information here. They're watching, this closely, but they don't know. Looks like they took the Tor possible tag out. The hail size has come down a little bit near term. And we're going to keep on keeping on. We're not going to get off at that exit. We're going to go down and try to get in the inflow notch.
Yep.
Giving Heath a little bit of information here so we can make sure that we're on the same page.
Well, once again, just to update everybody, we got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. We had as many as 5 there at one point, but right now up into Oklahoma, we got a severe thunderstorm warning right there. This is going to be still there. Hold on, get rid of that. Let me do this. That's a pretty decent storm right there, and it's all really linear up here in Oklahoma, by the way, already. By that, I don't know if you even understand what I'm saying, but when we say linear, we mean it's in a line. There's not individual cells out there. They are lined up kind of like this from the northeast to the south and the west, but there are no individual supercell thunderstorms in advance of that at all, so now this thing has become very linear up and down the line. The difference when it's a linear situation like this, you have to share the atmosphere with that whole entire line, and a lot of times it will break up the ability of shear to take place from differing directions when you go up into the atmosphere. Shearing that might be taking place with supercells in advance of the whole line are no longer doing that. Not to the extent that they are when they're out there singular by themselves, but there's still some individual cells. You can see this one right here south of Ardmore. The only one that has lightning is obviously an individual cell, or it wouldn't just have its own lightning data associated with it. So it's just to the west of 35 coming into Marietta, a strong thunderstorm. But the only warning that we have is up in here, and that's going to be severe thunderstorm warned. And it is for the fact that you got 60-mile-per-hour winds. They're saying golf ball size hail is still possible there. And our other severe thunderstorm warning is in a bad place. It's coming into the metropolitan area of Dallas, Texas here as we speak. And this is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, they're saying now. Quarter-size hail.
Okay.
Yeah. What you got?
All right. Take a look at Fort Worth radar, west of town near River Oaks. We're starting to get, we look for that pivot. I think we're starting to get that pivot. And if you look at lower level velocities, we're starting to see some convergence there. While it's not strong, it's still some convergence, and it's lower than anything we've seen thus far this afternoon.
Yeah, there was a moment there back in when it was over Weatherford. This was
okay. Tornado warning coming for Tarrant County. Circulation south of River Oaks, east of Westover Hills. Tornado warning is. Oh wow, it's got a ball on it now, David. As it comes into Fort Worth, I wonder if it's got a tornado.
I see it. Yeah.
New update's got a ball in the circulation.
All right, there's a tornado warning now in effect. What was a severe thunderstorm warning? My gosh, it's coming into the Fort Worth area. We do have a couple of cameras there that we can follow as well live on top of the building, so we will be getting some more information there for you and sharing that with you. Brett is driving into the area, but the ball that he's talking about is right there, a debris ball associated with this thing. That's going to be some sort of debris, likely aloft. We'll look at the reflectivity there, and Brett, let's see what we've got as far as the correlation coefficient goes. This is south of River Oaks. You see it? B?
Yeah, it's coming right into.
Well, there's your, I mean, there it is on the correlation coefficient. It's hard to see, but it's coming into Fort Worth on the western side of town. Again, the National Weather Service officer just issued this as a tornado warning to get you up to date. Over 1 million people affected by this, 1.2 million, in fact, 316 schools, even though they are in what we know was spring break. But check this out. That's going to be Fort Worth, I-35 and I-30 that go west-east, and 820 that comes around the backside near the Dahl-Worthington Gardens area and Euless. And once again, Brett is just off into the distance there, but we're watching other cameras, Brett, and I know you can probably see those as well, the cameras that we're talking about from Earth Cam, but there's a debris signature there, both in the, well, in a couple of different places. Not what we wanted to see.
Well, I don't think there's debris yet. We got a hook. We've got a ball. If you look at TDAL, these radars are going to be better. You've got intense velocity signature about to roll right into Fort Worth proper. This is a very dangerous situation here. We are, hold on. Pull TDAL up. Working on trying to get us navigated because we got to get out of this core. I'm near Irving, Texas right now. I think we're going to end up taking. If we could get down to 30, we could take 30 and let it roll right into us. Past hill down past 30, so he's telling us to keep going. So there's a great view west at that point. Can you hear me, Dave?
I do hear you.
I'm not certain. You would think we would have a camera view of this thing.
Yeah, I know. When we're looking
and a good one at that.
Yeah. We're looking north to south, I think, on this one camera. The other camera is
all right, just west of 199. We've got gate to gate velocities now. West of Texas 199 and I-35W there that runs north to south right down through Fort Worth. We got a gate to gate velocity signature now showing up.
Right on 199, it's business 287. Huh?
Circulation reported and a lowering by a spotter there in that area too, David.
Okay.
Rotating wall clouds, southern River Oaks headed east of River Oaks Boulevard right now.
Going to be just outside of the Jacksboro Highway 199 he's talking about.
Yeah.
Once again, this is a tornado warning. It's going to be for Tarrant County. Goes until 5 o'clock tonight. What was a severe thunderstorm warning is now moved up to a tornado warning located near River Oaks. It's moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour. And a very dangerous situation here coming into the Halton City area, Forest Hill. Just outside of Pantego at 440 and Fort Worth in just the next few moments. Got to be watching out for this. There is a gate-to-gate shear marker that shows up right about here. Had a couple of things that we always watch. We're also watching our correlation coefficient. For a short amount of time there, we had a little bit what looked like it might be something aloft right there, which would match up really well with where everything else was. Also, that only lasted one scan, though, in the reality, and then the hook echo that showed up in a little bit of a ball that we had there as well. It was on the reflectivity there for a few moments. It's not really there anymore. But we're going to get visualization on one of the cameras there in downtown Fort Worth in just a moment also. And Brett is just outside of the area there, coming in on the northeastern side. He's not too far outside of Irving. You can see him right there on the camera coming in on this western side where at the moment, Brett, you got a little bit of traffic I see coming up on.
Yeah, once we get south, what we're trying to do, guys, just to give you another update, we're trying to head south. We're on Texas Highway 12. This did not have as much traffic, believe it or not. You see the traffic, but there's a ton more traffic in other areas here on the interstate system. We are banking south, and we wanted to get ahead of the storm. We were giving it time to cook, I guess is what we'd say, as it has developed its lower level rotation and moves toward the east. Give us a better opportunity of seeing something better and giving you a better visual of it. So we decided to cut east and not take 35 west. We took the 35 east split to give it a little more time, and it is now gone tornado warning as it's going through Fort Worth. Traffic is a nightmare there. So we are going south now down 12. We're about to be at the Interstate 30 crossing. Once we get south of 30, there's a couple options that we have that we can move toward the west and get a closer look. But again, getting south of the forward flank of this was very important, and that's what we've been working on doing here the last few minutes.
All right, it is a tornado warning. They took the western side of it out, but still for the next 38 minutes, the National Weather Service there at Fort Worth is calling a tornado warning for Tarrant County. That goes for the River Oaks area. It's moving east at 30 miles per hour. Radar indicated here with the possibility of coming into the Forest Hill area, Richland Hills at around 4:30 and beyond, and then still moving on to the east as we go into the next 45 minutes or so. We'll be watching that coming on eastward and probably making its way across and south of DFW and just outside of Arlington. Still had there's reason to believe there may still be a lot of rotation there just around Fort Worth. We just got a new image coming in. It's a little broader than it was before, Brett, in the velocity data.
Yeah, it's lost some of it. Again, this isn't a day where we have just a absolute ton.
Hey, check this out. Is this a DOT cam? Check this out, B.
Oh, I see that.
Yeah.
I see that. That's a very dark.
Yeah.
That's at I-30 at Beach, looking west and west northwest. That's a great image. That's a great shot right there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, just got an unconfirmed spotter network report 2 miles northwest of Fort Worth. Tornado on the ground with ground circulation. Let's see.
Yeah, it is observed.
All right, tornadoes observed and confirmed now over Fort Worth.
Observed tornado. Pea-sized hails possible.
Tornado watches being.
Yeah. So the actual, you can see where the tornado box is at the moment. That's going to be 820, 35 west. Arlington, you're in it. Euless, you're in it. Holton City, you're in it. North Richland Hills, you're also in the path of this storm. Almost 750,000 people population-wise. Pea-sized hail. And now it has what we call the observed tag with it, which is always a little bit more meaningful to us when we know that somebody has law enforcement typically. Did you say it was law enforcement, B? Or did you say?
No, it was a spotter, and now I've got multiple reports from individuals that I know that would be
reliable,
a good source of a tornado. But it looks like it may be spinning out in the near term, so we got to watch that. But yes, tornado is on the ground. It sounds like, or was on the ground just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, by the time you get the information, it's already dated. I mean, the second it happens, it's already starting to be dated. But You can see it right there, coming across the Interstate 35 West. It looks like where at least there was a little bit of rotation left over there. Let me back this up just a minute so I can even follow it because I lost it for a second. Nowhere near what it was maybe 5 minutes ago, right there in particular, and you can see it's really, I'm with Brett, it's washed out tremendously over the last scan. The correlation. See anything there?
Wait here. What is this thing? We get down to 30, we're going to probably take Arcadia Park. I think that's. We'll take 180. Get us off the interstate.
The camera did? Show it again. That's an ominous looking picture. Go full screen with that.
Very ominous look. Sunshine. Oh, we're in full sun here too, by the way. Now it's out in the inflow region of the supercell. This is pretty wild. If I knew we could take the interstate and get down to the next exit without, yeah, I guess we could get to Grand Prairie.
A little bit more information saying the tornado watch 68 is going to be extended southward a little bit further down to the south. This is the meso discussion. I don't care, Brandon, don't stretch it out. I don't care if it's don't stretch it out too much when you put it up there. I don't care if there's black on both sides. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, this is the frontage road. This is fine.
Yeah. Try not to stretch it. Don't. Yeah. And now make it use the rest of the screen. That is ominous. That's 30. Brett, you know where this is? Is Highway 30? Is it I-30?
It's I-30 at Beach. Yes, looking west. I'm about to be in the same general vicinity, actually. So.
Look at that crap hanging down.
We took a wrong turn, and we actually took a right turn. So, you know.
Cool.
Wrong turn turns into the right turn.
That would be Brett and Dollar Bill Lawler. I saw where my buddy Dollar Bill got voted into the Country Music Hall of Fame yesterday. So, congrats to him.
Saw that too.
Right now, we're following a tornado warning.
So.
You all right?
Yeah, I think we're like our audio is getting a little jacked here. I'm gonna actually do a refresher.
Tornado warning remains in effect coming across Fort Worth now. It's moved east of Fort Worth, so you're all right there in the exact, right there in Fort Worth. If you're on the west side of 35 West, the point where we thought we had a tornado in May still is going to be north of 30.
Yep.
Right on East 1st Street there, the airport freeway, it looks like, and Halton City's just off to the north, so we're kind of in that area there.
Check.
New reflectivity just came in, and we got a little jagged deal going on with our velocity data. I haven't looked at the terminal recently.
Yeah. All right, David, we're headed west on 180 now, so we're headed in the general direction of Grand Prairie.
Okay, I see you there. Y'all just moved a big chunk. I don't know.
Probably. Yeah, I'm going to cut north, I think, on 161. Tell you what I'm worried about with this particular cell is that stuff forming behind it having a tendency to undercut it pretty quickly.
Yeah. A lot of light. Oh, brand new picture. Yeah, there it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lowering for certain.
Yeah. God, where?
So I'm just south of I-30. Headed west on 180. That's where I'm trying to get toward the Grand Prairie area where I can get on the Beltline Road or 161 there. As this comes out, I think that 161 area is probably going to be the best area to be in.
I zoomed in on it, B. Wicked looking.
I got you.
God, if I'm driving inbound toward that, I'd be wondering what's going on. I don't know if that's our lowering there on the left. You squint, you can make something out of it, maybe.
I don't know if you guys have seen. Let me check, make sure that this is not old data. It is 75 over 65 at Arlington with a southeast wind blowing into the storm.
65.
That's a change, guys. That's a change. Yep.
Yeah. Whew.
It's trying to wrap around there just south of Haltom City again, just north of I-30, where basically where that camera's pointing.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're inbound quickly. We're on a great road now with very little traffic compared to where we were. So we'll have a visual of this bad boy here very, very soon.
Yeah, it's kind of looking at you there. From
Watching planes continue.
Word. They do it every day.
A plane just took off out of Love Field, it looks like. Yeah.
Now, just visually, folks, watching this is not what it was 10 minutes ago when you had gate to gate. We had pixel to pixel, gate to gate shear right there for just a short amount of time. And Brett was talking about this. We often see these things, and you can sort of visualize what the next scan is going to look like sometimes in your mind if you've seen it long enough. And you see it kind of rolling. Almost looks like the whole thing is rolling along like a ball, and then right there it becomes more.
Your right front tire's low. Okay. Yeah, man.
Oftentimes, Brett ends up telling people, even while he's on the road at a red light, what's going to happen. They'll often start yelling at him, "What's going to happen? What's going to happen?" And
That's right.
His car is not very marked well either. He's got a stamp. Have you got a, what do you call those? A QR code?
Yeah, we got QR codes on the windows where people, can actually scan them as they're driving by and tune into David here. David and I yapping and giving weather information in these critical situations at times. And, I think we probably get a lot of viewers that way, to be honest with you, Dave.
I think we probably do. If you want to take the, for a brief moment, Jay, if you want to take the new tornado watch, it's over there on the right monitor. Again. They did go ahead and extend that down to Killeen, actually down 35, so it does include Waco and Killeen. And, wrong mod. Well, yeah, you can make it out of that. So yeah, we do have tornado watch issued a little bit further down to the south. I think they both still go to 8 o'clock tonight. The tornado watch will down in the southern part of the state, but down 35 west and all the way to the west on I-20 still included there. So really all they did was make a tornado watch a little bit further down to the south. That's still included. Right now we got a tornado warning still into the area here. It expires in 27 minutes. It was noted as observed not that long ago. Maybe not anymore. Brett, I don't know if you can still see your own radar or looking at ours. Looks pretty washed out there.
Yeah, I can. It's looking like the north side of this thing's pushing out. If it doesn't get its act together here pretty soon, it's gonna have a hard time doing that at all, potentially.
Other than that, there is a severe thunderstorm warning west of there. Brett was talking about that storm as well. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for Parker, Tarrant counties, the western part of Tarrant counties. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds at some of these areas here, and they'd like for you to make sure you pay attention to this as well. This is coming in right behind the system, moving at 30 miles an hour now off to the east and approaching the area here just outside of Fort Worth. from north to south. We're looking at all this, and again, Brett is right there at Grand Prairie at the junction there between 183, or I don't know, what is that, something there. He's near Johnson's Tire.
Yeah, I'm on 180 and headed toward 161.
Yes. See Monterey's food there. Do not stop. Keep going.
No, don't have time for it today, Dave. Not today. And we get down here at 161. We'll cut over to north and take a look.
Still some hail falling there just north of 121, 183, the Euless area there. It's near Bedford. That's going to be some large hail coming in on Highway 121 in just the next few moments. Cummings Drive, Spring Valley. These are typically 5 minutes old, so go ahead and push that further on to the east, probably across Highway 121 already. And over there a little bit further to the east, just south of the airport. Now, this is what I would not want to be flying through, B. If I was coming into the Fort Worth airport, is any hail at all. I've seen those planes when they land.
Nope, they don't feel good either when they're coming down. When you're trying to go up against an updraft, or you get a strong downdraft that hits the top of the plane, it's a bumpy ride.
Yeah. A little further screen right. Still have 5 alerts at the moment. We got the 4 severe thunderstorm warnings here at the moment. A couple of them still, it says still up into Oklahoma. We still have, yeah, we do. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Check out all these severe thunderstorm warnings up into Oklahoma. These are large hail producing storms. We're looking at the vertically integrated liquid, and we got 3 storms here producing some large hail near Tishomingo. And coming into Medill, just outside of Ardmore, the Colgate storm there a little further to the north. Those are large hail producers. Velocity data. Let's look at the radar up there. Velocity data. I don't see anything. Well, I don't know. There's a little tip right there near Milburn. Wapanaka. And then right there near Colgate, there's a little gate to gate there too. So not totally out of the possibility of having something spin even up there into Oklahoma. Still at the moment, the reflectivity shows you there's 3 individual cells there, even in the linear part of all this. You still have some cellular stuff going on, individual stuff going on, and got to be watching all of that. But severe thunderstorm warnings right now for all 3 of those areas, and that's going to include that Marshall, Johnston, Carter, and Love, Oklahoma. You're under these severe thunderstorm warnings due to large hail coming in from the west to the east. And if we put the composite radar on this, kind of what you see is the 3 cells up there and several down to the south here that we're looking at. The one coming into Fort Worth on the western side. Brett's going to be in that, seeing that as well in just a few moments. He is at the moment just outside of Grand Prairie.
Hey, David.
Yep.
I think we're about to change our course of action here. I think we're going to take a left at this red light. I'm not impressed with the storm coming into Dallas right now. As a matter of fact, I'm not even impressed in terms of the hail potential. It looks like it's dropped a lot of that. I'll tell you what I am impressed in.
Tell me.
The mid-level signature on the storm that's coming up out of the south and headed toward Cleburne, just to my south. The low-level environment there is really juiced. 67, 72 dew points just south of there in Hillsboro. Kind of thinking if we want to see something, that this is our shot to
go south,
to go down and try to get some isolated. I may regret this call, but I don't think I'm going to, based on the current structural look straight ahead. That's right. We're gonna bust down in the general direction of like Waxahachie.
Yeah. Yeah.
that seem like a good call to you based on what I'm seeing right now? I just
Yeah, I mean,
don't
you're not
know
going to be able
that
to.
this is going to.
I mean, you know it. You're sitting there in it. Anything that happens suddenly, you're not. You'd have to luck up and just it go over the top of you. And I know right now, it's for every hour, it's going to get worse and worse as far as driving around interior Fort Worth or Arlington area. So I would too. I'd move southward so that you can still watch a bunch of stuff going on, and you could always come back in if there were any damage or anything like that. It's not like a tornado is going to slip into the area, and we're not going to be talking about it. At least you may not see it out of your camera, but there are
Yeah.
several cameras down there.
Look at the on that storm down there near Cleveland. Lots of lightning. It's got some mid-level rotation already too. You can already see a pretty good little mid-level indication there.
Great. Somewhat of a newbie coming in.
Let's see. We're actually in Mansfield. I had Waxahachie. I think Mansfield's actually going to be.
But yeah, like you said, it's going to be crossing that 70-degree isotherm threshold down there. 72 in Hillsboro. I don't know if that's accurate, but upper 60s for sure.
Yeah, we're only 20 minutes from this area. We're going to get on 20 for just a minute. Matter of fact, they dropped the warning in the Dallas proper area right now, other than the Fort Worth warning for the severe. Tor warning was canceled.
Yeah, they didn't even push along a severe with it. But
Nope. They're saying that the hail, they haven't had any reports of a hail over or near an inch. So that's why they have
no warning at all.
They let that warning go for the near term. Yeah, it's 74 over 67 in Midlothian, where that next storm is coming in the general direction. So I'm curious if it can pop off and go. That's probably going to be our best player. Oh boy. Lost some clothes. Oh, somebody lost their shoes and their clothes on the interstate here.
Hate it.
They lost a lot of stuff.
Yeah, my wardrobe's on the interstate, man.
Lost a lot of stuff. That's no good.
Hey Jay, can you take the third monitor, the radar Omega on the third monitor, and let me look up something real quick.
Severe warnings out for Cook and Grayson. Dean's doing a good job keeping us updated with current information on some of this stuff.
Good fella.
So appreciate that. All right, I'm gonna let these charge for just a moment, and I'll be back with you guys here in just a minute.
All right.
I got eyes on the storm to the south, though. It's already got a really big tower on it, so
Okay.
I'll get back with you in 15, 20 minutes when we get to that cell.
Sounds good. All right, give me 1 minute. Work stuff out here. We'll get rid of B here for a second so you can get his stuff done. Sometimes what he's talking about is legit. Sometimes he just needs to get off camera to pick his nose. We both, I mean, you both have to, or scratch or something. I think both have to go. I gotta go rest here in a minute. But there's your watch. There, finally got it pulled up. There's the watch that goes further down to the south. Includes the area down around Clean that we were looking at there for just a few moments. So kind of watching out for all of that as it moves on by. I was trying to look at two here. Hold on. See if I can find. Yeah. We were talking about Midlothian. This is one of those areas there, Midlothian, and looking at some of the data here. And over the last 15 minutes, you can see the dew point is over right here to the right-hand side of the screen. The air temperature is right there, 74. We were 67. Well, it was into the low 60s there earlier. So we've come, wow. Did you see what happened right there? Oh, it's because it jumped 3 hours. So at 0930, the dew point was 40, but at 12:30 it was 63. So it did come out really fast there. The relative humidity popped up super fast, and did in fact produce, you know, some of the stickiness that's out there right now. It's looking at some of the other areas there too. That's Waxahachie, where we had what was going on there at the moment. But some of the other portions here are still reporting some of this situation here, where it looks like we're going to continue to be back and forth here with some of the bigger thunderstorms. Hold on for 1 sec. The 72 there in Waxahachie. See if we can take a look at. I'll do this. So again, here's a look at the satellite imagery. This is always cool when you look at this. We've got all of this stuff blowing up. These are the thunderstorms. Watch the last couple of images there. The big thunderstorms blowing up right there, just south of the Red River, and that big complex area there that blew up. This is visible satellite imagery, and you can see the big complex area there right along the line. It's linear. And Brett was watching this thing too. How should I do this? All right, let me do this real quick. We'll just go to the satellite in the app. Let's just do it that way. We're going to go over here to Radar Omega, and let me show you what I'm talking about. We'll look at the what in the world? That doesn't make me happy. Let's see. All right. Let's go back to it here. Okay, here's the app again, and here's what we're basically looking at. Brad is down here, down to the south. You can put this into motion a little bit and show you that over the last hour and a half or so, some of these new thunderstorms are developing further down to the south, and that's the red areas that you see. And that's what Brett is about to go after. This storm here, this one here, that's showing up a little bit better on the satellite imagery than it was really on radar. A lot of times you can take the satellite imagery and learn a lot from it in a short amount of time here, which shows us that this is all blossoming just a little bit over the past 30 to 45 minutes. The low-level water vapor image showing you the same, the blossoming of storms right there and right there. Two of them that we were watching, and there you go. I'll back it out and put it into motion again, only about 30 frames, but more or less what you're looking at is some of the new thunderstorm growth that's taking place. It's going to be along what is a new boundary now beginning to shape up right about through there. It's the actual cold front that's now beginning to fall southward. Some thunderstorms developing here as well and over across Arkansas. I got a little bit of light rain But right now, the supercellular part of this, the single cell supercell thunderstorm growth is going to be right through here, I think, over the next little while. And well, maybe even down to Austin. This is the area that we're going to be watching as we go through the rest of this evening into the overnight hours tonight. We'll have to watch what goes on there. Now, this is moving super fast. It's not going to be sitting in one place stalling for any length of time at all. But pretty much what we're watching there is the growth of thunderstorms taking place over the last couple of hours. Again, I put that into motion to show you these new thunderstorms piping up here and beginning to blossom right about there where Brett is at, actually. Some of the heavier thunderstorms of the moment. And still we have the severe thunderstorm warnings. Couple of reports that we have now, beginning to see some new reports. This is a wind over 61 miles per hour there at Pontotoc County. From the Mesonet, 61 miles per hour. We got a 60 mile per hour wind over here, 265 it looks like, near Bernieville, Oklahoma, in Love County. That was reported just a little while ago too. So kind of watching out for that as well, and have been. And we'll also be watching out for the rest of the region too as we go through satellite. Let me go back to the radar here for just a moment, and we'll do the MMRS. And just got a key message, by the way, and we'll follow everything today while we're in a little bit of a break here. This is the new snowfall forecast because there is a major snow event going on into the upper portions of the Midwest, up there where I used to live again. In Minneapolis, there, the Twin Cities really northward, but we're talking about up there along Lake Superior for the most part. That's going to be where the heaviest snowfall will be showing up, Lake Superior, Duluth, on to the east over to, well, all the way over to the UP of Michigan, actually, some of the heavier snow that'll be impacting the area. 1 to 2 feet, still quite possible there into the northern Great Lakes through the weekend, and that's going to be some of the really heavy amounts of precipitation that'll be coming in there as we go on through. Radar Omega again. And the warnings that we currently have up and down the line are going to be for severe thunderstorms. Whether or not we're actually talking about. I don't know. Weird things. Brett just sent this. Did he just send this? That's a 360. How did he take that? All right, that's what the thing looked like. It was a massive storm. I like how it looked down here at the bottom. I don't know, these two hikers, they're just kind of going in there. Huge mesocyclone there. Anyway, that whole thing is rotating. The top of it, I mean, it just looks like a big mushroom. Mushroom cloud. You ever heard of that? That's what this looks like, is a big mushroom there. And so basically, I think, yeah, I'm marveling at this picture. Did you just send that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, south of Irvin. God dang it. Yeah, can you go back to the, just bring my radar back up on my iPad? Um, yeah. Well, mm, yeah, I can see. You can see it wrapping up there. New scan just came in there just a second ago as well. Don't really see anything on correlation coefficient, although you can actually see motion there to something that's, whether or not it's light piece of paper or whatever. But coming through Irving there at the moment, I'm a little surprised they haven't popped on that. But what are they saying? I'm not looking at, I'm not looking. Little gate to gate there. This is the terminal radar. Not as high resolution as you would get from the Doppler. There's your storm. Looks like trying to wrap up there. Just outside of Irving at the moment. And the Weather Service is watching it super closely. We saw the picture that Brett had for us just a few moments ago, the photograph that he had that showed everything that was, there and on the ground. People walking around, not really knowing exactly what was going to happen, but that is the deal. Just outside of Irving, moving along 183, coming into town on the western side near Irving. There's a little bit of lightning going on here too, but you can see the wrap up that is taking place here at the moment. There's your wrap moving on to the east, 25 to 30, something like that. So it's going to be headed into the northern part of downtown Dallas. Going through, we got a couple of cameras in the Dallas region there that we were watching. The cameras from that'll show us the downtown area here very shortly. There actually should be, we're going to see it coming in from the north, the image that'll be coming in from the north, but there it is moving toward Dallas as we go through the next little while and beyond. And some of those are pretty big thunderstorms in their own right. We may be talking about some high winds as much as anything else coming in from the western side. Waiting on a new frame to come in. Little burst there around Eagle Ford. But this is Irving Boulevard. If you want street level stuff, this is Irving Boulevard coming in that you're looking at here at the moment. Irving Boulevard, where we have some of the heavier precipitation coming in, and moving in with that is going to be the high wind, the possibility of a tornado there as well coming in on the western side of town. Now, they did issue a tornado warning. This is now tornado warned here in Irving. They did issue a tornado warning. Still about 1 million people within this polygon is possible coming in, but this is radar indicated, not observed. They're still saying radar indicated, which you and I and everybody else and their brother was looking at just a few moments ago. You can't sort of miss what's happening here. But
I would be if Dallas.
Yeah, it's not gonna be. I mean, you're just. There's nothing you could do with that. I wouldn't feel bad about, you'd, like I said, you would have had to be positioned and it come right over the top of your head. We got 71 over 65 at the moment, 71 over 65. But nonetheless, there's our new tornado warning. It goes from Irving back to the north. It covers Richardson down to Highland Park and University Park. That is a tornado warning storm for the National Weather Service there out of Fort Worth. Dallas County, underneath the tornado warning near Irving. $half size hail being reported. And moving north and eastward here at a decent little clip at about 25 to 30 miles per hour and beyond, and headed on northward toward the city. We got 65 degrees there, and we'll be picking up some pictures here momentarily for you to show you what is happening in the downtown area. We got earth cams that show the city. We knew we're going to be, we've got earth cams that show the entire city, so we'll be looking at those momentarily to keep you up to date on what's happening with this as it does come into the downtown area. In fact, can I look at one real quick here? Let me give me the thing for just to say, oh, we've gone to that. If we still have the earth cam, the Dallas earth cam, oh, that's the tight one. The reunion, yeah. You have to tell them you're still watching. Here we go. So once again, still got the tornado warning there. We got severe thunderstorm warnings coming in on the back side of this. That goes all the way back over to Fort Worth. Severe thunderstorm warnings here too. Still watching Brett. He's on the air. He's working for several different people, but he's on the air at the moment. And he's giving a description of what's happening. And this is the plot. It says that's live. I'm not really sure. We'll have to watch that closely. If it's live, then the storm. It is live. I see clouds moving in from the east. So we'll probably see this. We'll just monitor this. Go back to the radar. And we'll monitor that. And when it comes into view, we'll let you know about what that looks like in just a couple of minutes. But this is pretty a dangerous situation now taking shape here. Coming into the western side of town. Again, maybe not what it looked like just moments ago. I don't see a really tight inbound, outbound package to this at this point. It's really kind of blown out again as it did a little bit earlier. So I think at this point, right there, it was certainly a tornado possibility. And now I don't see it as much with the last scan that just came in. I don't see as much evidence of it being a tornado. In fact, if we go to the correlation coefficient, I don't see anything that looks like debris aloft. There, at least not at the moment. Keep backing up and looking. I don't see anything there either. Keep watching down to the south here too, because we were talking about a couple of other thunderstorms that were trying to grow. Got to be watching this one. And like I said, in order to see what just happened, you'd had to be sitting right there. With the way the traffic is into that area, you'd have had to be sitting there to see it. And there's no way to maneuver around in order to get right underneath something like that. You just sort of know where it is. So I hope Brett is going on down toward the Venus area, because this also has some inbound and outbound associated with it. It's a rather large storm. There are other thunderstorms beginning to grow down to the south here too that need mentioning, that need to be watched. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in near Gatesville. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for central Hamilton, northwestern Lampasas County, and also Mills County. You're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Got a new growth going on down in here. The thing we've been talking about is our dew point conditions, normally 63 or so. I get really, really concerned at this point. That isotherm, that 60-degree isotherm, kind of runs up like this with the dew points, and this would all be volatile air down here. This is positive. We're not seeing really, as far as buoyancy goes, it's negative. So what we're seeing here at the moment, what is that? Yeah. Maybe we can look at that. Bob Pack, one of our guys, Bob Pack, is on the western side of the storm, I believe, at the moment. We've been watching out for him. But nonetheless, this is a huge, huge storm. Let me see if I got Brett again. You back, B? Maybe. Hear me? Brett.
Check.
Hey, B, yeah, I got you.
I can't hear you. Hold on.
You don't hear me yet? 1, 2, 3.
Stuff's not working properly.
1, 2, 3.
Check. Yeah.
I got you.
Hold on.
I got you. We got 65 right there, and again, probably somewhere right there near University Park. Yeah, what's our problem with Brett? Do you know? Okay, I'm just gonna let him talk about it with us, but let me show you. I don't know exactly where he is, but we're going to show you Bob Pack, who is with LSM. We'll show you his video for just a second here. It looks like he's got the backside of the Manzo, as it were. And what you are seeing is dry air to the west. You're seeing a little bit of sunlight, but you're also seeing the mushroom part of the cloud, the top part of the cloud, too, in his image that shows up. And it's pretty wicked here at the moment with some of that that's going on. We're trying to effort getting Brett back on here so he could talk about this. But more or less, we're looking at now. It looks like a rear flank that's kind of blowing out on this system. I don't see anything tight. I don't see anything that would, unless it's up here near Love Field. There's a little bit of spin going on right there, but doesn't look like anything in particular is going to be worrisome right there at the moment. There's a little bit of spin down to the south here. It looks like I-30 coming across I-30, Arcadia Park in that area there too. And then off to the north here, it's going to be in that area there as well. Rachel, we're with you here. We got you covered. You know what? If you want to know where the storm is, we're looking at it right now. We're looking at the same radar anybody else would as well, but we want to make sure that you you keep abreast about what's happening in your local area there, and if you do what you need to do. Bree, you with me?
You got me?
Yeah, had a little wind in your or something. I don't know if it's wind.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah, just tracking south. I noticed didn't get any reports of a tornado there, but boy, that looks mighty suspect. Still up near just south of the airport now.
Yeah.
It's blown out a little bit, but
yeah,
that seems to be the trend.
That was close. That was a close call. I mean, when
very the mess that's going on back near Fort Worth again is also very suspect.
It's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, it's all a conglomerated mess. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue down toward that Midlothian storm to the south. It continues to look more isolated. It's getting its core again, and it's got some spin. So I want to get down here. So we've got something in open air. I mean, you cannot chase in the metro area.
No,
you can't chase in the metro.
No, we're showing you a little spin that's been there for a while. A little lightning now beginning to show up around the spin, so it has potential there. That's coming in from the southwest and moving on a little bit east, but somewhat parallel to 67, US 67, which if you go over to Midlothian, your name would be Bennett, and you'd be right in it as it goes and comes on in that direction. Small storm, but it's not a tenth of the storm that's going through Tarrant County at the moment, but like you said, it's an open air situation where you can see a whole lot better. So it's not like we didn't let everybody know about the tornado coming into Dallas there. We've been talking about it for several hours now, and talked about whether or not there was going to be a warning before there was a warning. So no harm, no foul there, B. And if you hear of anything else you can tell us about, just pass that along to us as well. I know you got your sources of information. I got a few here as well, and they happen to be somewhat opposite.
Working to try to get some information on this the storm to the south. So something that's interesting. It looks really low. It looks small, but it's got an area of 40,000 foot plus tops on this storm as it's coming into Cleburne now. And the wind in the air down here is favorable for low level spin. That's the biggest thing. We've got 15 to 20 knot winds at the surface. And that's something we've been having to watch all day long. So it's going to be interesting to watch this thing as it continues to develop. The one thing I'm noticing about the storms is you can begin to see that they're getting some forcing from the northwest. They flatten out on the radar. Instead of going more vertical and hooking around, they're getting more flat. They're getting pushed almost from behind along. So it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out over the next few hours.
Yep, still a bunch going on here at the moment. We've got, even if there's not a tornado associated with that any longer, there's still some high winds coming across there. There's probably going to be some hail. It's not what it was a little while ago. Vertically integrated liquid sort of tells us, well, it's gained a little bit just north of Irving there. The hail shaft, if you will, the BIL, letting us know we have the preponderance of that's going to be coming in near the airport again. I know they don't want that. We're at 70 over 65 at the moment. 65 is the dew point condition there at Dallas Love. And two hail cores there that aren't That would be in their fly. Let's see. That'd be in their fly zone there, outbound. Did they just reissue? No. So we had the tornado warning there. We got severe thunderstorm warning down to the south. It looks like this time it's a little bit south of 30, a little bit south of Fort Worth. Actually, Fort Worth, you got to dry out here pretty quickly, but there's still a mean storm coming southward out of Forest Hill into the Kennendale area there, and Arlington again. Super heavy rainfall, but this is going to be some of the hail that you can see in the purple that shows up in purple right there at the moment. So that's going to be your hail shaft there showing up pretty well. And again, sliding southward and eastward going into the Bisbee area, and then quite possibly Kennendale, not possibly, but you're going to be in it there too in Kennendale before it goes on by. Then down to the south, we got this storm here that we were watching. Brett is right here, by the way. Brett is just off to the north of the storm. He's going to go down toward Midlothian or Venus and probably catch this. He'll only want to stay on the south side. There's a blow off here that's probably going to preempt some of his viewing until he got south of an axis here. And if you're a follower of storms, you typically, when you got them alone out here by themselves, you want to get to the south side so that you can view them for the longest. You can view them for the better part of the storm, to be able to see the structure of the storm. If you get off to the north here, you've got a lot of storms that are going on, a lot of rain that's going on that will obstruct your view. So for a particular, the best case scenario for you, if you are a storm viewer, you're going to end up trying to go south of all this blow off crap that's here. So I'm sure that's what he's trying to do, and catch that storm. And a couple of more storms down to the south. Brett, I don't know if you can hear me, but a few new storms down here to the south that are growing just north of Lampasas. They're on 84 coming into the Gatesville area where the dew points are still pretty high.
Yeah, David, you're right there. I see those new storms there west of Waco. Those are going to come toward the northeast, toward Interstate 35. It'll be interesting to see if those are able to maintain their supercellular characteristics or if they begin to line out with time.
Are you pulled over, B? I think he has himself muted there for a minute. Let me get you up to date on where we are with what we have, which is a series of severe thunderstorm warnings. We have severe thunderstorm warnings up and down the line here, actually, across all of this area. We're looking at 10 alerts at the moment. No tornado warnings, but severe thunderstorm warnings somewhat in abundance at this point. Do this right here and that. Get rid of some of the clutter here for you. And we'll go north to south. Severe thunderstorm warning up here to the north. We're looking at this one coming into the Choctaw Nation on the western side. This is going to be severe thunderstorm warning for the next 16 minutes, which goes for eastern sections of Pushmataha, southwestern Pittsburgh counties, and Pushmataha near Kiowa. Moving to the east at 40, that's 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Penny-sized hail showing up there into the area there, too, just south of there. Severe thunderstorm warning for Cole and Johnston counties. This is Atoka County as well. You're underneath the severe thunderstorm warning. South of there, a couple of more warnings we're looking at into Durant and Cato. These are going to be warnings that will exist for, well, time period that won't let me. 15 more minutes western Bryan and southwestern Marshall counties for the next 15 minutes, with the storm moving to the east at 55 near Lake Texoma, 5 miles to the south of Williston. Lake Texoma is what we're looking at there, basically from the northwest to the south and east. And other storms that are back into Texas here at the moment. Brand new severe thunderstorm warnings for Sanger. This is going to be Gainesville and Sanger, but we're looking at Cook and Grayson counties here underneath severe thunderstorm warnings, due to the fact that we have some of those large thunderstorms popping and moving through the area there that may indeed keep us going. There is a severe thunderstorm now tornado warning that still exists for the northwestern part of Dallas County. Now, they haven't updated that in about 15 minutes. It was 4:57 the last time they updated that, but that was a tornado warning. Now that they no longer, well, they still, but they just haven't updated it here lately. Couple of different radars that we look at. The actual part of the storm that had the possible tornado associated with it is now well east of what we were talking about. Me. Go back down here to the radar again to show you. This is becoming a little bit more linear now. This whole situation. Is that near Arlington? Don't see anything rotating there overall. It is what it is. You got this stuff coming out of Irving into Dallas, into the University Park area there too, which is really just high wind. The vertical integrated liquid showing you where we have the larger hailstones. This is actually kind of weakened, or at least it's not as intense as it was a little bit earlier near Reinhardt and Richardson. No longer what it was there at that point. Then down to the south, we have another line area of big storms and precipitation. That's moving eastward to Fort Worth. South of there, back up. Now, this is going to be large, super large hail here. This is where it's quite possibly getting into that 2-inch range that we were talking about, that hen egg stuff that was already being reported. That's possible again right here into this area just to the south of I-30 in Evansville, coming into Arlington from the western side. Look out for that. Look out for all of that as it comes in and moves on eastward.
Dave.
Yeah.
You got me now.
I got you.
All right. Our little baby storm down there that we were talking about being smaller than the big boys up to the north down in Cleburne, right?
Yes, sir. Right there.
You may want to take a look at that. We got baseball-size hail at the Walmart there in Cleburne. Not
at the Walmart.
And at the Walmart in Cleburne. And we've got it beginning to really take shape. I'm about to be on Highway 67 moving right at it. And it is right in front of me. You can see the supercell base, or you'll see it in just a minute. I know I had a little bit of my feed went down for a moment, but it's back up. You can see the base of the supercell. Matter of fact, that's a gorgeous looking supercell LP right in front of me. Let me take a little photo here.
Ooh. Is there? Are you gonna?
You see it?
Yeah.
I'm killing the window. See that folks is producing baseballs. There on the lower left, that's the inflow tongue that's going into the supercell, and it's rotating around. I wish you can almost see what we call stacked plates there, David. How they flatten out at the different levels of the atmosphere indicates that we definitely have some rotation ongoing right there.
Yeah, you can kind of you can sort of see that again showing up. That's a bad radio coming in, but it's once again it is spinning there. You can see from Brett's imagery there, it freezes every once in a while. But that's a big storm that we're looking at, and now producing the baseball-sized hail coming in on the western side. The vertically integrated liquid thing we were talking about, just showing density of whatever is being picked up by the radar, says it's super dense there at the Walmart in Cleburne. And moving on northeastward toward Keene and Alvarado, and coming in 35, probably in about 15, 20 minutes or so. Brett is headed down. We talked about his track, and you know, you just can't, roads don't just go every direction. So he's on US Highway 67, I think, just to the south and west of Ward. But coming in on this storm hot and heavy here at the moment, and there are now three real storms of note that we're looking at. Had a 58 mile per hour wind in Grapevine, Texas. That was being reported by ASOS. 58 miles per hour. It's 50 knots earlier by the ASOS there. And that's where we are with this storm. And again, hopefully he'll get a good view of that coming up in the next few moments. A little bit of rain that was showing up there on his image just moments ago, but you'll get a better view of that coming up in just a minute.
Yeah, we're trying, David. It's in front of us, and just to give you guys an idea, we've got a wide angle lens, so my actual view in real time here is a little more interesting than what you may be seeing right now. It's trying to track to the west. We're trying to start to get a hook there just east of Cleveland now on this this developing supercell thunderstorm.
Again, Brett, not too far away from the town of Venus. You can see his live camera there on the bottom side showing up, but we've had it live full screen there every once in a while. The storm coming through the town of Cleveland at the moment. 67 is the road that Brett's on that goes west to east over to Keene and then crosses over 35 west. In just a few moments, he's approaching that, coming in now from the western side of things. So we'll be looking out for that going into the next few minutes to see what happens with any potential rotation or whatever we might have that ended up causing this thing to take a turn or anything of that nature there. Let me see what like that.
Pretty impressive looking storm, though.
Riding along. We there you go. When you talk about storms, we did this all that. Okay, it wants to wrap around there, Brett. Even in reflectivity, it is dying to turn a little. Yes, that's what we see near Claiborne.
Yeah, David, I see that as well. If you look aloft, if you tilt up, it is really spinning in that little area down there. I think I'm going to try to get down here and go toward like the Antioch community, possibly.
Yeah. It's level 2 right there. You get a little bit more spin than you did at level 1. It's at 10 or 0.1 degree.
You know what? I'll tell you what,
Talk to me.
we're going to actually see. We're going to go ahead and turn here in Venus, I believe, and go down 157.
Yeah. There you go.
And we're going to get on ahead of this thing.
There you go. Yeah, that way you could come back up and get behind it and follow it if you needed to.
Yeah, this is a decent little area too. A decent little area of terrain. Let's kill those wipers a little bit. I'll scuff up some windshields today.
There's your report
Yeah,
that you had
we're going
just
to
a
get
few
on
minutes
something
ago.
here with this pretty soon, I'm afraid. Maybe hail, but we're going to get on something. I'm actually pretty sure it's going to be hail, but you know, it's all right.
My daughters want to wave to y'all. They got really excited about seeing Storm Chasers.
Well, I hope this hailstorm misses here.
It looks like we're driving right into it.
You going to Cleburne?
I got to go to Alvarado and north, and it's showing on the Foxborough radar. It's right in between Cleburne and Alvarado.
Yeah, if you go to Alvarado quickly and go north, you should be okay. If you
He does this all the time. Just stop at the red light. Who should sell pizza? I'll give you the information if you buy a slice of pizza.
as long as you don't go south at 35, you should be okay.
Spaghetti. Can't sell
Y'all be
spaghetti.
safe.
You can sell pizza.
All right.
We were just
Sorry
talking
about
amongst
that.
ourselves while you were talking to whoever that was.
It was a person who was apparently a Texan. So we try to do what we can.
You're always very courteous.
She was a mom, and her children were very interested in whatever in the world we were doing here. So I wanted to let them know that they're going to go in the right direction, it looks like.
Hey, B,
Yep.
I don't know if this is the same report or not. They just corrected that, I think, from the Walmart.
Okay.
How big was the hail? You said it was what was it?
They reported baseballs.
Yeah,
So,
it's 2 inches. They went down from 2 3/4 to 2 inches.
okay.
I think if it's the same report, it's the. Can you throw it up on the screen there so he can see it?
I see that.
If that's the same report.
There was a couple. There was golf ball, and then there was baseball.
Okay.
But
Well, maybe that's not it.
Let's see. 2-inch report of hail in just southeast Fort Worth.
Yeah, we were just looking at some of those off to the north there. I just added the hail reports onto the screen, but this one stuck out. They said they corrected from the earlier down at the bottom in the remark.
Gotcha. We are, if we can ever get out of traffic. See, again, this is even the problem outside of the metro and places. Just trying to navigate the traffic situation is very, very difficult, and we're continuing to deal with that right now. Even
air conditioner's off. It's just
you cut it on. That's what I was looking for.
A little sticky.
Yeah, it's very sticky here. All right, we're going to cut south, so you're not going to have a view of this for a few minutes, but we are going to cut south and try to get in front of this particular little circulation again.
Yeah, it'll be worth it.
Yep.
I see a little
So we're gonna
symbol.
cut
There's a guy
south.
with a shovel
Mm-hmm.
in front of you. I don't know if that means that there's literally a guy with a shovel out the road, but
Let me move that.
sand flat. Again, you're looking at the, this is the velocity data. Again, it's pretty flat here. There's nothing that looks like a spin or a rotation. There's nothing gate to gate, close to close, pixel to pixel sort of a situation. Here it's really just part of the meso that you're seeing when you look at the live pictures there with Brett. That's a severe thunderstorm warning, though, that does continue. There's 60-mile-per-hour winds, golf ball size hail near Keene, and moving east at about 45 to 50. And still have the severe thunderstorm warnings to the north. They just pushed this one further to the east now out of Dallas. 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be Hunt, Kaufman, Collin, and Dallas counties, and also Rockwell County. You're under severe thunderstorm warning. They're saying now 50-mile-per-hour winds, and excuse me, it's moving east at 50, but it's 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. And there's still a little, that's the same rotation. There's still a little rotation up here, B and Garland. Do you see that?
Yeah, there's some noise in there. Some noise. The radar's been really noisy this afternoon in general. But I see what you're talking about. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, look. That's the terminal.
Yeah, I mean, and they're quick to come and they've been quick to go. Right.
Oh, I know.
That's kind of what we've been monitoring this afternoon. Is how quick they are to come and go. We're going to be in position for this next one though if it does anything. And if you look at Super Res Till 1 down here, this storm's looking a whole lot more turbulent in the low levels. Not real sure what's going on with it, but it's looking more turbulent. You seeing that on the base velocities?
Yeah, I got you.
Look, slow.
Oh,
I know it was that ramp, but I got to be able to. Let's see if we can find us a spot to pull off to, and view. We got a good view of the base of this thing to the west now, in the southwest. Let's see if it'll. It's just everything's got that elongated look to it.
Yeah.
And that's a sign of basically the push coming in to the backside of the storms. We can go down to Grandview here and let's see. I think we can go to Griffith, and we'll take 2258. That'll take us back looking at the interstate. Got a great view. Got even a little nub out of the bottom of wall cloud up here.
Little nub.
Back to the southwest right now. Maybe a little funnel on that. Let's see if I can get you a pic, Dave. I'm gonna throw it into Discord. Does that work?
Yep.
Now, should have a good view. Right. See the info region here on this particular cell. Should be coming up any minute there, Dave. You can see a little bit of what could be like an RFD slot back there. Not too far away to tell. All right, right here. Let's take that road 2258. Cool.
You have to name that. Name it .jpeg. Yeah, can you bring him back up so he can talk about it? B, we just got your photo in here. You might be mute.
He's not doing anything. I've got it muted on my end, so I'm controlling audio when it goes down and up over here. But yeah, you can see that there, a little bit of an inflow tail on that back side, and back up there in that lower area in the dark, down center of the frame. That's what's at a distance from us and moving this way, and that's the area we really got to watch. We just turned to the Griffith community. The road's pretty rough here on 2258, Texas 2258. We're going to move toward the west a little bit and position ourselves to be basically right in the path as this area moves over. We'll probably stop if we can get a view somewhere looking at it to get you a live shot view. Yeah. But the storm has most definitely, gotten a little bit more organized over the last little bit. Matter of fact, this is the best view I've seen of it in a while. Nothing says tornado imminent or anything like that, but we're definitely getting a lowering in here now. So what I want to do, the road cuts back to the right. If we can find a spot, let's try to do that and show this right here off to the right. Maybe even right there. Yes, sir. Give us just a minute, Dave. This is a great man. I tell you what, we lucked up right here.
Yeah.
You guys are about to have a front row seat.
Here we go. There we go. Whoa.
And that's our storm right there. Let's we're gonna hang right here with you for a few minutes.
Yeah.
You can show our position there on the map, Dave, at any point if you want to. Just gonna get a look at this.
Jay, if you can throw the radar up, like upper left, far upper left.
Pretty good look right there.
Boy, that was
all right. Definitely got some inflow going in.
There you go. So what you're looking at is,
you see that little nub there too on the.
Yeah.
I'm watching that little nub there pretty closely. You see rain kind of wrapping around it a little bit. I'm going to mute it and let you talk about what you see in there. And give me just a minute. I'll be right back.
This is Brett. I drew an arrow. That's where Brett is at the moment. That's him. His GPS mark is right there. So what you're looking at coming to you is kind of this. You're sort of looking at this view right here. That's his field of vision as well. That's just sucked. This is a horrible, horrible picture. But that's kind of his field of view. Is he's looking at it over here on stop. He's looking at it over here like this. Kind of got that view. And so do you. You're watching this whole thing right in here coming in. If there was going to be something going on, it'd be almost center screen, which would be near the town of Cuba at the moment. If there's anything that looks kind of dirty, it's going to be right in this area here near the town of Cuba. And you could be watching out for that there. And we're doing that as well, watching out for all that crap right there as it is happening and whether or not it's going to, anything's going to be produced there. But moreover, I think we're, looking at sort of a weak situation there at the moment, but the possibility of anything could happen. So we're going to be judging on the spot here with Brett, who's outside of his vehicle for the moment. When he comes back, I'm going to stand up. Yeah, it was a severe thunderstorm warning out for that situation there at the moment. A severe thunderstorm warning and a new meso discussion coming in from SPC, not too far away out of Norman, Oklahoma. They're saying the threat for all severe hazards continues with Weather Watch 68 downstream. Weather Watch issuance is likely prior to OOZ00Z, which is 7 p.m. now, and I'm totally against it. I don't like being up. Now you got to wait another hour for the late night risk stuff to come in. But anyway, that's just a little discussion. They're telling you that Everything is still on track for the moment. Severe thunderstorm warning. Little notch there. I don't know if Brett just saw that. Tiny little notch trying to show up. But a broad rotation. But you are watching it live right now as it is happening. Right there, full screen. Yep. Great looking shot there again. Wonderful shot. I don't know if Brett did that or if Heath, Give Me a Dollar Lawler, was the person who set that up. But it's a wonderful shot. Little scud action there. Coming into the screen, little rotation. You can see the whole thing now is rotating. That whole mass is rotating, but we're looking for something a little smaller, should that be the case. Brett, I don't know if you see the little notch in the reflectivity there. Tiny little notch. Little B we're trying to show up. He can't help it. He has to be outside of his vehicle, which I would be too. Beautiful shot. Now again, part of what you see on the right-hand side, all you're really seeing on the right there is a big old rain shield. Half the screen and to the right is a rain shield. Can't draw on that, but that's what you're seeing as half of it is a rain shield on the right-hand side. The dry air is on the left-hand side of the screen, and then you've got your lowering crap there. Some of that was scud coming through a few frames ago. And the little lowering there. None of those appendages right now are screaming tornado. But there's a little segment here that we call a B-weir, where we have a bounded weak echo, and this is sometimes a forerunner of what may isolate and become a little bit more. You see it right there, the dry air slot. This is going to be hail over here just above it, which is a sort of a setup that you'd look at. This is a typical setup for a Texas tornado, actually. I mean, what they would sort of look like on the radar. What did they do now? And a beautiful shot there outside of Brett's car. That is your wall cloud indeed, right in front of you here, trying to rotate around. If it's any different, Brett, you're going to have to tell me because I can't actually see. It's a small image on my end.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, you're looking at the wall cloud right there. We're apparently right off of a shooting range. So interesting things going on. If you hear gunfire, that is a shooting range where you're not in danger. But yeah, Dave, that's what we're watching right there. And man, that core just to the southwest is really getting interesting looking again. There's hail falling now. We got hail.
You have hail?
1 minute
on your dash? Look
yeah, a little bit.
Brett, look on the right-hand side there, Brett.
Oh, we see it. Whoa, that hurt. Where's the big stuff at, though? Sorry, I mean, I know you're hearing like tons and tons of gunshots.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's gunshots.
Jay just got in my ear and he said, "Do you hear the hail?"
Right, that's water. This thing looks a lot better in the last couple of frames on the radar.
Yeah, that's what I said. It was. Let's see. Like coming over the interstate right there is your best circulation, I guess, at the moment.
Right there, just outside of Grandview, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, let's go to the south there. Let's get underneath that. We're gonna move a little bit, Dave.
All right. We're gonna sit right here with you.
Yeah, we're gonna move just a little bit here.
Anthony, really? Are you subject to pull up and hear gunfire anywhere in Texas?
Let me, I can barely hear you, so hold on just a minute.
No, you're
Get
fine. I'm
everything
talking to
going.
Anthony. He said only in Texas,
Okay,
like
I
it
got
was
you.
a
I
normal
got you.
thing. Pull up on gunfire. We're not forgetting any of the other storms. Still up severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas, Fort Worth coming in on the western side. It's actually Dallas, Arlington now under the gun here. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Moving east at 50. Golf ball size hail reported there too. Coming into the downtown Dallas area there near Cockrell Hill, it looks like
See what I
where
see?
some of the larger hail is probably falling there in that region. And one severe thunderstorm warning left over just on the Red River here at the moment near Bryan County in southeastern Oklahoma. The other thing that we're watching is cellular development down to the south here. That Brett Adair and Heath Lawler are all over. This thing's coming across the interstate down 35W, coming across there with a little segment that we call a B-Weir, a bounded weak echo region there just around the interstate. And just incredible video coming in out the front of Brett's vehicle there at the moment. It's a broad circulation. Except for, do you see the little, got a little tweak there in the last frame from the velocity data near Grandview. So if something happens there, you're watching it, I'm watching it, Brett's watching it. And we will know. Down to about 7 frames. Put that into motion right there. Once again, all moving on to the east. And within a watch box area, again, this is Brett Adair. He's right there. The image that you're watching live on television beneath is him. And go back to him full, or his image there full if we can. The ride along there. Not the ride along, out of the front of his car if we can. And we'll. All right. Go back to Brett's full, yeah, in the front of his car. Thank you, Dean. Yeah, just leave it there because it'll go from. We'll see what's happening. Brett, she's about to cross the interstate there, I think. Yeah, I see that. See him trying to come back. Just that little bit that he moved away. Now he's about to get in. He's about to get hailed upon, I believe. Oh, God. Lord. He's right in the middle of this whole butt area right here. The butt cheeks. And there's Brett. No. My producer just said something else. That's butt cheek. And Brett's right in the middle. he's not in a he is not in a good spot, B. I don't know, B. Hope you get out of there. You're about to get wiped. Sorry. I know it was too. It was kind of this there. I'm sorry. Serious situation. It's a serious situation. It is hail. It's hail at the moment. We don't have anything that looks like a tornado at the moment, or I certainly wouldn't be. I need to get up. I don't feel the lower half of my body again. I've been sitting here for way too long. Reflectivity, kind of what you would expect. It's not like spinning anymore. If it ever really was in one small spot. This is one direction. This is the other direction. Only one lightning strike. There's his picture, though. I mean, that's what that's what it's all about. The rain shaft on the right hand side are to his north. You are looking back to the west. His camera is pointing back to the west. Pretty ominous deck right there that's taking place. Watch this stuff. I wish he'd zoom in. Watch that stuff over the tree line there, just on the roadway. Can you zoom into that, B? If you're listening to me. Because you can see the wind coming in right center screen there on the bottom, but just above the tree line is right there. Small, I can't see that well, but did you see the birds flew out there and they went, let's fly across this? Oh no, let's don't. I'm going to go back to the tree. I know. Heath. There you go. What's that above me here? Oh, he's moving. Now it looks a little odd. B. South of you. Hail. You see it? See the hail? Oh, Lord. That's some decent size hail. Look at the horses running above. Oh, man. Did you see the horses in the shot running? Upper right? Wow. Wow. That's horrible. That's horrible. I hope the horses got in. That's terrible stuff right there. Well, the horses really, that was bad. I think the hail, I thought I saw some stuff there that looked a little bit like golf ball size hail. That's marble size right there. Kind of look at it on the road, you get a little bit better perspective. But I thought I saw a couple of them there that came down as, like golf ball sized. We can't hear him at all. I'd love to know. Always what you see on TV is so difficult to depict, what you're really looking at. In this case, glad he knows. Yeah, it's pea-sized hail there, which, again, sometimes it just happens that way. But the stuff that was falling to begin with out in the field there, that was pretty large. And now there's a really good spin. I don't know. I guess he knows this. I don't see him anywhere. The GPS, well, there he is up there. I don't know if he sees this. I wish he'd gotten south of that, because now that looks a little different. It's garbagey, but there's some decent speeds there that are showing up. He's got no way to go east, I guess. They probably can't drive in the crap now. But this looks a little worrisome right there. That was terrible seeing the horses running like that. It's all rain now. Mm. You got right in between there. Oh man. Yeah. So here's Brett. There's Brett, and here's the large hail. This was the really large stuff, and you saw him earlier. I mean, he was right there. And I don't know of another metaphor to use, but there was like he was in the middle of two little valleys. Back right there, we kind of knew it wasn't going to be good. Passed over him, and now it's down to Auburn. In that area there near Auburn, it's all rainfall for him at the moment. He's all into the rain. I don't know if he can't move or what the case may be, but that looks really junky. I don't know what's happening there near Auburn, but there's some sort of a spin and there's new lightning data that just showed up there too that is somewhat typical for, or on occasion will cause problems to occur there. We weren't recording, were we? I have to go back and grab it off of the feed. The horses, that was what was stunning to me, was seeing the horses that were running away. You can't see across the field now, really, but just moments ago, that was a serious situation there, and I saw people and I saw horses running from the region when it was fairly large. What? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he sees it too. And again, he's out of distance to where we could actually speak to him. But that's right there. That's pretty ugly here at the moment. And the next scan came in, and it's still just dirty. But we saw it rotating. I mean, we pretty much saw what was going on there when it happened. Brett has his, you're wondering about Brett's vehicle. His vehicle, he's got that tough liner stuff. His entire vehicle is sprayed with that. Ooh. That's liable to go now. I think, oh man. Brett, you let that go a little too far. Now they're going to have to punch a cord to get to it, unless you go around it. So this, that's Brett right there. He's in the middle of it at the moment, and now we got a little indentation here. We got a little curl going on. It is not tornado warned, but I know they're watching that very, very closely, and you can just look at it. You can see it along with me, what's going on here. It looks pretty ominous here at the moment. There's decent little inbound and outbound now, and I think we're getting close to a tornado warning here with this. I know they're... Oh. Brett's, he's on the north side of it now, so he's not going to see anything. He can't see through it to the other side is the problem. So he can't be the eyewitness there for what is happening. But he's pretty close into it there just moments ago. And wow, pretty amazing. So you can see what was going on there when this all happened. Was kind of moving south. We saw some stuff spinning there on Brett's camera. Where is he now? Guess they're going to go back the way they came. But they're heading north. Oob. I guess. Because it was faster. Well, now it messes up again. Now it's bad data. If y'all wonder who I'm talking to, got a buddy of mine who's in my ear. He's running everything because I'm not smart enough to run and talk, do all this and talk at the same time. But and we have two. So I'm just who I'm talking to. part of the time. So currently where we are with that. And they just issued severe thunderstorm warning. They did not go tornado warning. Again, I told you, it takes those guys, and gals, it takes a while. They make sure that it's happening. Central Johnson County and Ellis County and Navarro County, you're underneath the severe thunderstorm warning now. That includes Midlothian. Golf ball size hail, which we just saw moments ago, I think live. I think Brett would attest to that being golf ball size. When it first occurred, it was sad. There were horses there up into the upper part of the picture. We'll go back and watch that. But they were headed for the barn, and I think I saw humans there who were hopefully helping out the situation too, because it was large enough that had to hurt if it hit you. And I'm sure Brett was taking cover at that point too. And that's what we presently have there in that region. We got what's happening there into downtown Arlington, the Dallas area that we've been looking at. We've been following all that here very much so through the afternoon. Got tons of lightning. This is just frequent, off and on, frequent every few minutes. Kind of lightning into Mesquite and back over to Reinhardt, over to Sunnyvale, along US 80 and I-30 coming in from the western side. It's Bouch Creek, Springs. There's still hail involved with this as well. We've been watching it through the day today. A very large hail core coming into Mesquite at the moment. This is going to be producing some of that 1.5 to 2 inch size hail. Golf ball size stuff that we've basically seen throughout the day today. This is coming into Mesquite here at the moment from the western side and moving on eastward. Got another little area here near Grand Prairie of some hail that's involved with that situation there too. And to the north, we've had some hail involved in these storms, and that is why there's still severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. This one for a whole new hour now from the National Weather Service office, and that's going to be near Boca Chica and Boswell, going northward outside of Hugo into the Choctaw Nation here on the south and western side, if you will, of Wilburton, and in the Wichita National Forest, that area there, and going to be watching out for all of that. Anyway, so that's what we got here. This is Hugo to Durant, and then this is going to be coming into the western side of Wichita County. Washita, the National Forest there. And pretty much will be doing so. Yeah, go ahead, B.
All right, traveling south of Griffith, headed toward Maypearl here. We had golf ball size hail nearly there. Just to the west of Griffith, there on that main road that we were on, is that storm came over our heads. So it was pretty impressive there from a hail perspective, at least. Looked like it lost most of its rotation, but it's got a little hook again. You've seen these things do this all afternoon. Storms kind of lose it, and then they come back and they get a little bit of a curvature and a little spin again. So we're going to see if this may be its last gasp or what. We're on 157 here, about to run right into, and you see our location there as we're driving down into where the Hook Echo would be located in the little community there of Maypearl.
Yeah,
big hail right in front of us too.
Yeah, I don't know if you could hear us. I mean, that was unbelievable when it started happening, when the hail started to fall. And I guess what looked like happened on our side was it started out like golf ball size stuff into the grass there, bouncing back up, and then it became like,
Yep.
you know, it was marble size there after that. But did you see the horses off into the distance?
Yes, that's what we were talking about. I started hearing out my window. I started hearing pounding on the metal roof of the house where that fence was, and you were watching that hail, just land and bounce in. And you're right there at the onset, the hail was bigger. It was really soft. It was spiky when it hit the ground, and that's exactly what we observed as well. We're now going to the core of this thing. Going to try to get into this area where it's got a little bit of a hook. Don't see a lot in the ways of velocity. I did see the weather service there said they were having some trouble with the velocities today. They just did not look. They were really super strong for a minute, and then they didn't look right. So I'm wondering if we got some contamination there, side lobe or something of the sort, because they've shown, really strong signature in it for a frame or two, and then they'll just be gone. So the weather service did denote that.
That happened with this not that long ago. I mean, right there when it was over Auburn, we had a decent signature there for a minute. An inbound and an outbound. I thought, oh, here we go. But you're right. It's never really looked right for more than a couple of scans. It's never really looked like it was doing its deal. So you can come out. You're going to go through and come out into Maypearl?
Yeah, matter of fact, I'm coming out through into Maypearl right now. You ought to see an update here in just a minute. And what's actually happening is I see the cuts. We call it a cut. It's where the updraft base is. It kind of cuts down. The updraft is going to be the lowest point of the storm. And we're seeing the cut here to the right side, which would be just to the west, in other words. And I'm trying to see if we can get a place here to get you a view of the tunnel this way. We got an eastbound road that goes back to 35. I don't want to go this way, I don't think. Maybe we can get up here on the hill and look toward the west as it comes at us, because it's coming right at us. Let's see here. There's a Dollar General right here in the prime location for a tornado hit.
That's not neat.
About tornadoes, they follow Dollar General.
Well, I was about to say, you seeing one isn't new, but maybe.
No.
Wow.
So, let's see what we got here. This doesn't look impressive. I mean, and it doesn't look low based either. The cut that I mentioned actually is below the trees over here to the right of the car. You can see the angle. I'm going to turn the camera and you can see the angle.
All right.
See it to the left right there? Now, as it slopes, there's the cut. It's cutting back, and then below the trees over there, you can see the lowest point at the base. But it's not that low, and it's not organized.
You do see the hail's getting close to you again.
I mean, actually, I wouldn't mind that because I haven't seen. I mean, it should be here, to be honest with you.
In a minute. That's
wind.
just. Well, yeah. What time was that? 53.
Wind's blowing that way.
That's old.
Now we got surface winds that are definitely blowing in the direction that we're facing. It just doesn't look that impressive. But yeah, our scan here is about 10 minutes old. So.
Yeah, this is too.
I wonder if that's a problem too. I haven't watched it.
Nah, VIL is on a lot of times. It runs a good 10 behind. I don't know why, but
anyway, it's brightening up back here. Matter of fact, look at this. You probably can't even see the back side of the cell there. All right, I just put the filter on. You can see the back side of the supercell here.
Yep.
It's so bright because the sun's coming up. Give it 1 second.
There you go. There you go. You can see a whole lot more with that.
that's the updraft base of the sail. It's past us now. It looks like so. We're gonna have to cut back toward the east.
Yeah.
I hate these scenarios because you're chasing your tail and nothing seemingly organizing. The better wind shear is east of I-35. I will say that. The better shear is going to be east of 35. The instability in the wind shear today were displaced all along. So this is kind of a conditional tornado threat, more of a big hail threat. So we're going to head east on 916 and go toward the Interstate 35 pool right here out of Maypearl.
Which is 66. You're going to run up to Waxahachie and
That's what I'm thinking.
you run up to
And the hail is-
Waxahachie and get on 287 and go south a little bit toward Enos.
Yep, and the hail is right here on this road, maybe just south of it. I mean,
Yeah. I can see that.
you can kind of see in front of us too. There's a little indicator there. It's pretty interesting scenario unfolding. We're gonna get into some heavier rain here next couple of seconds. It's a stretched cell though. It's really stretched, and that's a big problem. But there's lightning on that though. Popping here.
Looks like everybody's followed you down to that cell.
Yeah, I see the whole world decided to show up, which is cool. East size, east size, a lot of M-Mains, $50 size. That's close to what we were seeing earlier. MSR for Hill. And then my LSR. A little bit of a patch there. Well, we're gonna continue though to the east. This one doesn't really impress me as much as it once did. Let's see, still got some pretty high tops on it though.
Well, yeah. 45. Yeah, all the velocity data looks out to lunch. I don't know. None of it ever did really look like a real scenario. Just to get you up to date on what else, we're riding along with Brett and Heath in his vehicle today. We're following along toward Waxahachie over to the 35 East Interstate area there. He's on 66 or Farm to Market Road. I love that. Farm to Market Road. And headed toward Waxahachie. He's going to try to stay along. And with this storm as it goes on by, we've had some large hail, golf ball size hail. We saw it live there just a few moments ago when he was sitting there just outside of the Maypearl area. We watched the golf ball size hail that was falling there near a farm and some horses there. We saw them running for the barn. So it was large enough for them to be concerned. And everybody else around that area there, I'm sure, Brett was talking about hearing it go off of a barn there, the tin roof of a barn. And so that's a storm that was just to the south of all that cluster that was moving through Dallas, Dallas County there. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, down to the south near Killeen that we're watching. A few new thunderstorms developing down there, along with some large hail near the town of Killeen. So they did go with a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for ping pong ball size hail down there into it looks like it's going to be southwestern Coryell County there and Bell counties. You're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning with a storm near Killeen and moving on to the east, back over to I-35, just south of Gatesville and beyond. A few other severe thunderstorm warnings up here to the north includes Hugo along the Red River, where we got 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail being reported near Bennington. Central Bryan County, you're underneath that severe thunderstorm warning. And some of the warnings earlier in the day today include the 60-mile-per-hour winds showing up just off to the north at 61 in Fitztown, Oklahoma. It's Pontotoc County there where that was a report a little bit earlier. Some of the hail coming down here was 1 inch or greater near Wapanuck. Wapanucka, I guess it is. It's Wapanucka. And now they just issued a new tornado watch. This is going to be a brand new tornado watch that includes northwestern Louisiana, southwestern portions near and south the Ouachita National Forest there, but that's going to be southwestern. The Arklatex, Texarkana is included, and Tyler, Texas, down to the south over to Lufkin. You're in a tornado watch area for the remainder of this evening. That's going to go until 1 a.m., actually, all the way down to Austin, Texas. So roughly I-45 included there, as well as the southwestern part of 35 near Austin. And a few tornadoes possible, Brett. They're saying tennis ball size hail still possible, as well as some 70-mile-per-hour winds. And I think he just got mad and left. No, I think he just got mad and left. He was like, oh. No, so that's what's going on. He's down there in a very, very tough area to get a signal out where he is at there at the moment. But I can tell you, I just did 5 alerts that we still have that are out there. All severe thunderstorm warnings. Probably the worst case scenario is going to be this one right here, where we have 1 3/4 being reported, and that's going to be the larger sized hail that could be up to golf ball. Actually, that's going to come because of a report from Brett, I guess. See that one right there? That's going to be 1 inch size hail near Maypearl, and where it says source, it should say Brett Adair. Because he reported it, and so did you. You were watching it at home with us when the whole thing took place, and we all kind of reported it at the same time, didn't we? So there is a situation there where all the storms that are moving on to the east are still being countered by this region here, and the possibility of some of this still rotating is out there, although not as likely maybe. There's some rotation that shows up here, but it's in a bunch of junk, as you can see it right about there. And so you don't know what's reality and what's just a bad side lobe or whatever the case may be in this sort of a situation. Again, just another look at what this thing looks like in aerial coverage. That's your tornado watch. Texarkana is included right there along the eastern side of the Red River into the Shreveport region, southward down to College Station and beyond. Tornado watch that's in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time tonight. That is now just issued moments ago from the Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, not too far away from where we're showing you all these images during the day today. And the watches that we have, the severe thunderstorm warnings are showing up here and there, but the watches that we have are still included in all this region. Some inbound and outbound in a few isolated spots right there near Forney into the Heartland region, just outside of 20 and south of US 80, or off to the north. We have a few more areas that we're looking at, but now right there, you got to watch closely. I think right in here, this is the area that we were looking at a little bit earlier there near Heartland, but we followed this coming out of the city, out of Dallas there just a little while ago. Then to the north, the other thunderstorm warnings that we currently have that are in effect are way up here, crossing over the border, right there on the Red River, if you will. And these are very, full of lightning here. The Boswell-Soper area there is one of those places south of Antlers over to Hugo. We're looking at that on US 70, coming in from the west, moving to the east into the Choctaw Nation Reservation. as you get a little bit further there to the east. And some of the warnings that you do see through the day today, look at all these. I mean, there's been some stuff. Sorry, horrible at drawing here at the moment. But that's kind of what we're looking at here at the moment, and still watching what is happening across all of this region here in the region. Hold on a sec. Yeah, so down to the south here again, as you can see it coming out of Waxahachie and Enos, Texas, and that's what we have. Now, got a little kink here once again, trying to show up on the where it should be on the bottom side of this. Brett is up here just off to the north on 35E. He just came in on what was then FM 66, FM 66, and then we had which is farm market here in the state of Texas. There's a lot of those. So I see two places here that are kind of looking like they want to be something, and we'll have to watch both of them. One is that little area there just to the west of the interstate, and another little area up in here. Kind of be watching right about there to see what happens. There's a little bit of curl trying to show up here with the system. Structurally, it doesn't look great at this point. I mean, it's a storm, but structurally it doesn't look like it has a whole lot going for it. The conditions here, what does Brett have in his vehicle? He's got do you have any vehicle information here? No, it's not on, I don't think. His little station, weather station isn't on, but we'll do it this way. And you can see we got 75 degrees over 67 for a dew point down there in Hillsboro. We got 67 for the dew point in Corsicana. Corsicana right down there to the south. So we got 67 degree dew points and still into the 60s way to the north. The isotherm, the 60 degree isotherm or line of equal 60 degree temperatures runs roughly like this right here, I think. And everything above is, well, I didn't go quite far enough, did I? Everything above is in the low 60s, and you got mid 60s down here to the south, like 66 or so, showing up across that area there too. Now this thing's trying to curl. You can see it right about there. Trying to curl up, but what is the... I don't know. I have to watch that. I think Brett's watching it too. Now Brett, he went south. He probably meant to go down this way, 287. I didn't know he was going 35E. You need to turn around, B. If you can hear me, turn around. You don't want to go south there. Turn around. Is he still going south? Oh no, he went back north. Good. Yeah, because he wasn't going to see anything south. He was going to end up cut off again. It's kind of funny. He's in the downtown area. He's in a square right now. Is this not, just small town, a square, just like they all look? Here, it even looks like he's in Alabama here, where you get a little town square, and you got the city halls, like right at the corner here, and then you go down and you turn. Oh, there's got to be what we call a meat and three there somewhere, where you get a meat and three vegetables. He's catching every single light. They only let you go a block before you go any further. I swear that looks like South Alabama there. So we ride along, but he's right there in that area He's in downtown Waxahachie is where he is. Huh? Oh, a little bit of a rainbow. That's right. Underneath the "Don't Turn Right," and they see the rainbow right ahead of them. Lovely rainbow is showing up. Yep, kind of knew that. Um, there you go, B. Now you're gonna be out ahead there, but you'll need to race along as fast as your little vehicle will take you on. This is Martin Luther King Boulevard, coming to 287 business. Or just outside, it's going to be the 287 bypass that comes in. US Highway 287 or the bypass. And I think he's going to stay out ahead of that like this, sort of in that direction. We'll get a better shot. Actually, we're going to be following, if we can keep a signal, we'll be following him here, and he'll be back into the soup here pretty soon. In fact, might be close to getting back into the hail core. I think he'd have to pass it. He'd probably end up having to pass it here if he's going to do that. I need 1 second. I'm going to go to the, I'm going to go make a phone call. That's what we'll call it. And I'll be right back. Wicked little storm again. Crossing of the interstate there at the moment. Can you take the other computer for just a second? The monitor, the radar on the monitor, so I can have my bed for a sec. I don't know if. Oh no, we lost Brett. Or just take Brett full so I can have my iPad for a sec. Because Brett's video is great. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. How beautiful is that? Got like a double rainbow going on there at the moment. We're going to be watching what's happening. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back with you. All right. Can you see my iPad without showing it to everybody at home? You see this? You see how many views? My lifelong. Oh, no, we don't have a warning. Can I show this? Why is it way over there? Or just take. We only got a second. His camera's focusing on his. So some of y'all know I have chicken that I found on the side of the road a year ago, and this these people called stop. I didn't mean to play it. These people called the Dodo took the video, and my chicken. And I've always, one of my goals in life was to have 1 million views. And right now it has 959. This is as of this morning. It started 10 hours ago. And I got 959,000 views, almost 1 million. It's been a lifelong dream of mine to do 1 million views. So anyway, I'm excited about that. Back to the weather, the important weather. Looking at Brett again, following Brett there at the moment. Where is he? He's still on 287. He's headed southward on US 287. He's going to make some time up here pretty quick. And we were talking about him going to Enos a little while ago. And that's where he's headed. You can see off into the distance there. It is pretty dark still. All the clouds are dark. Everything is dark. And let me give you a roundup of where we are here at the moment. All the storms that you see, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. You know, it was an enhanced day, but it was enhanced because of the risk for the large hail to be occurring And so there's still plenty of that. Hugo southward, that's a severe thunderstorm warning there at the moment. That's into Oklahoma still, by the way. The storm's coming out of the central sections of Dallas County, has now moved on to the east, and we still have a pretty big severe thunderstorm there with some large hail involved and a little bit of spin every once in a while, but it's hail. Hail's a big deal. That's what we're looking at here. The VIL is what we call that. And check that out. That's a big area of hail coming into Union Valley and Terrell, Texas, and just outside of Oak Ridge, Texas, coming in. So that's going to be the super large hail involved with that right there. Will be coming in the next few minutes into Terrell, Texas. Watch out for that. I mean, we saw it golf ball size hail. When it looked like that earlier on the radar, it turned out to be golf ball size hail. The stuff coming into Waxahachie here at the moment as well. We can attest to some of that earlier was golf ball size. I don't really see it again at the moment. Brett's going to be splitting the area this time and not right there into the cheeks, as it were, a little while ago. And we had that little indention that was going on, and he was into the cheeky part of that as it was taking place. And down to the south, we still have one more severe thunderstorm warning. This one for the next 24 minutes for a severe thunderstorm warning. 1.5-inch size hail there till 7 p.m. tonight. That's Bell County. You're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Bell County, severe thunderstorm warning showing up there across that region. You're going to be in that for just a little while longer as well. Only 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. Normally, we wouldn't just be on the air for 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, but there's an enhanced risk, so we're going to stay on a little while longer just to sort of make sure nothing weird happens. I don't think anything weird is going to happen, but just to make sure, we're going to be watching here. We did have a couple of tornado warnings earlier, both into the area there around Dallas. Dallas County and Tarrant County was under tornado warnings. A little over 1,000,003 people were underneath a tornado warning at one time in one polygon there in Dallas County. So it's a large population center there that we were looking at, that we've been following here for a while. And then down to the south, some of the other thunderstorms that we're watching there too. I'm going to go to the satellite data here for just a couple of seconds. We're not going to get the visible anymore, but I want to show you what the low level looks like. And these are blossomed areas. That's one complex thunderstorm cell, and the rest of this is blow off on the one that came through Dallas a little bit earlier. All of this green here is the blow off from one thunderstorm as it was coming out and moving on eastward, and that's what we're seeing again. This one thunderstorm down here to the south is producing what you see on the satellite imagery here, which is precipitation. The green is indicating where we have wet conditions. The oranges and reds, it's dry. So that's what the satellite image looks like there. I'll put it in motion to show you over the past few minutes, moving west to east. All those thunderstorms are doing the same as they head on eastward. A dry line just off to the west as well that's kind of showing up and popping up here. But the satellite image tells a big part of this story. And actually, I think we can put some of the, let me see if I can do the geo color there. The last few images before dark. And there again, you can very well see the shape, everything that was going on with these storms. And that's the 2 complex areas there that were piling up and moving eastward. And the blow off from east, there's thunderstorms over here too that are taking place. 1 or 2 just to the west of Shreveport. Shreveport is now in the new tornado watch area that they just issued not that long ago. Let me see if I can find I never hit the exact right button for these things, but tornado watch now is in effect. And why did it do that? How do I go ahead and fill it up? Let's fill it up. Polygon fill. Let's do that. Make that and see what happens. I didn't do a polygon fill. You get the idea. There's the new tornado watch, and it goes until 1 a.m. Central Time. It's 1 a.m. for southwestern Arkansas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and eastern Texas. 1 a.m. tonight. The area in yellow is underneath a tornado watch. So we got that. We got you covered there. We're going to be watching that as we move along into the next couple of hours, because I still think there's the possibility for this to do so. And for it to be a continuation over the next several hours of more strong to severe thunderstorms. Get rid of that. Let's turn all this off. What was that? Flash indefinite? I don't know. I don't want to do that. Let me see. No, I do not want to do that. Not at all. I'm going to take that off. Excuse me. You know where the tornado watch is. I shouldn't have to keep it up there because it gets in the way of a lot of stuff, a lot of the things that we look at. But once again, geocolor showing you here once again right before dark. We lose it at dark. But there's the thunderstorms that are bowling up, the ones that we're watching. The one down to the south. This one's way down here near Killeen. This one's up here where Brett's at. He's barreling on through this thing, if you will, at the moment. We're watching him on radar imagery from both locations. He's headed on the east, and I don't even think he can keep up with it now. But he's gonna. I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna come and probably end up somewhere. It's Joe Barton Parkway. It's US 287. He would like to be. Our guy B is right there. He's probably in the hail. Do we see him anymore? Is he just gone? Cause don't have anything. Well, there. Why? Did you see him? You can have the mouse back. He's on the feed. He's just not. Got anybody else on there that thing any good? Jason. No. No, we're good. Again, Brett's on this thing. That might be way loud. But that's what Brett's driving through at the moment. And coming southward. And so he's trying to get out. Look, a couple people are following him, but he's trying to get out and get down here so that he can be ahead of this stuff. And the only little bit of concern would be somewhere down in here. If there's any concern at all, it would be down in here. So I'm sure what he's trying to do now at this point is get down in here maybe somewhere and let that go on by. And then I don't think he can keep up with anything anymore after that. I think it's all going to have to head on to the east without him, unless he's doing something now that I've never heard of. But it is almost impossible. I shouldn't have that conversation live on TV. Anyway, that's where we are at the moment. Watching Brett Adair. He's rumbling and tumbling off to the east. If we had his car audio, we would throw it back up there. We're going to do this one more time here. Yeah, throw it up there. Just throw it up there. It's pretty cool. I want you to see him. Somebody up there doesn't look like they're seeing the road very well. Wow. Now that's pretty tough. But you can see where he is. He's right in the freaking middle of all of that. Can't be any harder. It cannot rain any harder.
It's a poppers.
Oh, yeah, good. Yeah, thank you. Love to hear their stuff out of the car. Somebody mentioned it earlier. Maybe too.
Wherever we can stop.
Oh, watch out. He's got a little potty mouth.
Maybe on the side of the highway.
Have you noticed? And it probably happens to me as well. Brett and I are both from North Alabama, Central Alabama, really. He'd probably even say South Alabama. Anyway, when we both get tired, we both, the southern drawl comes out even more. I'm not South Carolinian, but Brett's got a really, Brett's stuff comes out. And then when I hear him, I fall right back into it really, really easily. It's like a zero. How much rain we had? Well, so far we've had 0. What is that? Oh, that's the side rail. They just pulled over. Where are they? Oh, because he's gonna wait for this. Just like we were talking. I don't know that I'd wait on the side of the road, but okay. I'm not in the car. I guess so. Mm.
Blowing that way. It's one thing this might be about to be bad right here.
Your Bardwell? Just letting that stuff go on by. And is he gonna let the heel shaft come to him? Ooh. Oh, I see what he's doing. Do you see what he's doing? This is hail, large hail right here. And I can't believe he's not in it already. Look at that. We have no audio. I don't. Now I do. Now I do. Yeah. Leave it up there a little bit so we can hear it. Yeah. I'm not gonna talk. Yeah, dude. Take our stuff, take the radar either off or take it to the top so we can see what's happening on the road. If you don't mind, maybe. Yeah, oh yeah. That's much better.
Is that all? I'm waiting for an update on the velocity. There goes Vinny. Is that one? Yeah. I mean, are we a little west of it, or I mean, what? Now we got better. Here we go.
Here's the hail. You hear him talking. Here's the hail. He thought he was going to be ended up here. He's a little too far to the north. He should have been down in here a little bit further south, but he's going to end up being a little bit out of it. It's easier to see when we had grass.
That it?
Yeah, you're on the north side of it, B.
Bye. Alright. Go ahead. Look at the winds blowing back now.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Heath, put it in drive, baby.
What if you get bigger stones here in a minute? That's weird. It's blowing back that way
But
now.
that's why you stopped in the first place. You didn't have big enough stones.
Look, tremendous. There's a cyclone right here. Where the hell's the wind blowing? That cyclone's got to be in front of us.
You needed to be on the interstate on 45. Get over there. Get over to the interstate, B.
Dude. Yeah, this sucker's weird. Oh, it ain't weird. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd let the truck go by first.
Dude. Dude, the ball. Holy smoke. Oh, here we go. I hear big stones coming now.
You didn't have any. Go on till it curves back east and then stop.
Woo! There's some big ones in this.
Pretty wicked. Well, he kind of needed to. I mean, if they wanted to see hail, then it should have gone on earlier before it started. It's tough. We need to break up. Windshield really quick this way. He needs to tuck in behind that truck and do some drafting.
I bounced him in the truck. Oh, dude. Pull off. Let me see if I can get this real quick.
I don't know what. I just work here. That guy's not slowing down.
Knots. There ain't no doubt about it. All right. Continue on if you're ready, Kimosabe.
Is he talking to me? Well, everybody's passed him. He's behind again.
Oh, smokes. You want to go around and do it whenever you get a chance.
Why are you talking to him?
Woo, buddy. I mean, we're just going right back into it.
What?
I mean, there might be windshields for real, like busted out up here on 45. felt that.
Can you put the radar upper left? So if you wonder what's going on, this is a thunderstorm down to the south. We got 3 of them now with warnings. Pretty big thunderstorm with large hail south and east of Terrell, Texas at the moment. The storm that Brett Adair is on at the moment is down here to the south. This is just south of Enos, Texas. And this is called the vertically integrated liquid, which just tells us this is large hail that's coming in. This is hail right here. This is Brett Adair, our guy we've been talking to through the day today. Brett is right there, so he's kind of in the middle of it here at the moment. I don't really think so. As you can see, that's not all hail, so it's a little bit odd that although what's more than likely happening here is that the hail that is falling, there's large hail up in here that's preventing the rest of this from actually showing up well on the radar. Can't get through the hailstones and pick up more hailstones down to the south of it is what I'm saying. The radar beam is coming in from this direction, from north to south. So that's probably why we don't see hail there on the south side of that at the moment.
Oh, it is piled up. Look at it.
And because you can see it on the roadway here. And there's a little bit of it on the side of the road. You can sort of see it there. I think I just heard him say it's piling up. And right in the middle of the road, you can see it as well. There's a rut beginning to show up. Now, I've seen this stuff in Denver, Colorado. I've actually been out when snow plows were having to push it out of the roadway there. Going out to DIA, the airport, my first week in Denver, so it's not unheard of to see this sort of a situation, but you can see that it's piling up on the side of the roadway there, in the middle of the road. The large hailstones that are there, they're not thawing very quickly. What's ironic to me is that there is so much traffic that for some reason needs to be riding along, and Brett's doing it because we're trying to show people what's going on. It's what we do for a living. But the rest of the people there who are just flying on by, it's a little odd. And I don't know why people aren't pulled over. That's a storm chaser right there with all of his lights on. Yep. Yeah. And they're kind of, look how fast everybody's driving. Yet there's this is just weird. It is a hailstorm and everybody's driving along like just nothing's happening. Just a thing. Very odd. Look at that. That is incredible to me that everybody needs to drive. They're at least going slow, but
How far are we from it now? Christ. Do what?
keep going, B. You're out of it.
I'm trying to find my damn...
Easy.
Right on the back edge.
He said dang. He's trying to get his dang thing on.
Go with it. Yeah, go ahead. As long as we... This is kind of our last grasp, I think. You know what I mean?
Wild. Wild, 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 wild. Only in Texas. That's an only in Texas kind of a thing. I don't think here in Alabama, if you had it piling up on the roadway, people would... I don't know. You can never tell about people. Hey, B.
Check. You got me, David.
Yeah, I got you. You got me?
Yeah, we had some,
What
pretty
the
wild-
frick is going on?
big hail. We're near Ennis, Texas. That was very large hail that we ran into here. We are at 287, about to get on I-45, I believe.
Yep.
Or we stay this. Yeah, we're about to stay on. 1 second.
Yeah, we've been watching you. We're still looking at you here. You're just about to get onto the interstate there on 45. A lot of people around you. I am so surprised that people, regular people, are still just driving around like that ain't a thing.
Man, I'm telling you, I don't know how we didn't lose a windshield there for a few minutes. It was very.
That's going north to Dallas.
Yeah, it was very intense there for just a little bit. We got a lot of hail out here on the ground. I was looking to see if we could find some larger stones or not, but this one was pounding there for a little while.
Yeah, we watched the whole thing. We have a automatic bleeper that bleeped out anything that you said, but it was pretty intense to watch that go on by. Now it's I know it's rapidly moving on east of you now, and there's really no way you can sort of chase that thing overall. But I'm just surprised at how many people decided I'm just going to drive in this, especially when it was piled up there on the side of the roadway like you were talking about, and it coming down the way it was. Some people weren't even slowing down.
No, and we've got probably accidents and the like. So it's very slow. We've gotten on 45. Very slow here on 45 as we continue north to southbound ahead of the storm here near Texas.
Now the actual front is behind you. I don't know if you looked at a radar image lately, but the actual front's coming in now. Everything that's linear back there. Winds are shifting all the way back over into Dallas now. Fort Worth's got a north wind. We got west wind at DFW here at the moment. So the actual cold front's beginning to head southward. The only spin, I mean, that thing that you were on really had the only spin to about anything. There's an outflow boundary north of there up into the northern part of Hunt County. It looks like Van County, but I think you're on the storm of the moment here as it moves on to the east. But what are you going to be able to do from here? There's not a whole lot you can do, is there?
Hold on 1 second, Dave. I'm having trouble here.
Again, he's now on 45. You saw him get off the ramp there and get back on 45, but it doesn't look like there were people who were passing him a little bit earlier who are stuck in the same line that he is. So traffic is not moving well there. And like he said, it could be a broken window. You never really know exactly what it might be, what the cause of whatever happened could be. But that was ugly stuff there when it passed on by. Looking at. Somebody reported 1.75 inch sized hail there just south of Brett. I don't know. We saw it. You saw it. I saw it. I think it was bigger the first time we watched Brett's video, the first time that we saw it there to begin with. But nonetheless, pretty active storm. And as far as a storm of the moment goes, that's it. That's probably the storm of the moment structurally, the way it looks, the way it's shaped, the way it's got everything that it has going for it at the moment. There's still some high wind involved in it right about there. That's going to be headed over to Valley Farms into the Harmony area. But now just into a region where roadways, they don't really stretch west-east that well unless you're on an interstate system. So I don't know what he's planning on doing here unless he goes down here, pulls over and eats somewhere. But there's just not much of a way to follow that any longer. Some of these are going to be really high winds right in here. This is now sort of an outflow boundary. And it's a pretty wild situation there across all of that area. But nonetheless, I'm just surprised at how people just kept driving. I mean, everybody was just like, is that hail that's bouncing off of my car? Nobody really slowed down at all. Just a whole weird sort of a situation there that took place. But Nonetheless, kind of watching the rest of the area here where we have severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings at all, even though we have tornado watches. There's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning over here about to cross over the Sabine River on the western side near St. Augustine. Strong thunderstorm here that has the likelihood of producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds, an inbound and outbound there, but nothing really that looks like it would be a trigger point for causing a severe thunderstorm warning. Nonetheless, coming across the river there on the western side near the Toledo Bend Reservoir, beautiful area over there, beautiful lake, some super crappie fishing over there in that area. That's US 96 that goes north-south out of Pineland, back over into the St. Augustine area there too. Severe thunderstorm warning down to the south near Temple, Texas. Strong thunderstorm coming in from the west, moving out eastward. The National Weather Service has a beat on this at the moment, just south of Temple, producing 60-mile-per-hour winds or greater there across that region. That's going to be a continuation down to the south and to the southeast, if you'll be watching that also there. 35 west down to the south. This is the actual cold front that will be taking place. And looks like pretty much in the short term, Midlothian southward, there's some of those thunderstorms there still producing the large hail. In fact, I can show it to you with our hail product here, the vertically integrated liquid, showing you there's a large hail shaft there near Rio Vista. Another one to the north here as you get back up along I-20 and just north of 287 that we were looking at, the one that Brett was in moments ago and still kind of is back. The young man is going to wait, I think, for it to happen again. Coming across this area here. And I don't know, can we go back to him again? Because it seems like his feed is back up again, Jay. If we can pull him back up. Huh. You don't know why. But I see him right here. I see him. Well, actually, here's one way I could get him. Let me have this for just a second. And one way we can get him is like this if you wanted to. Now you can have it back. But that's one way to get him. I don't know what he's doing. He's pointing at the ground there. Okay. Yeah, I got you. I got you. So yeah, that's what we got. And so now Brett's south of it, and he's going to go through it one more time. Well, no, he already did. So that was a new update. This thing is just, we're taking so long. 7:02, so it's 7:02, and it's already 5 minutes old. That thing's really already gone past him, and pretty much is what it is, and not going to be anything any different. The inbound and the outbound is no longer there. It doesn't look like anything is spinning or rotating or could produce a tornado at any point down to the south and southwest here near DeSoto, Duncanville, or up I-65. Sort of the same thing that's happening. And then down to the south here, more showers and thunderstorms that have still popped up across this area. There are no warnings, and that is a linear situation there that's taking place and shaping up across that area there too. So going to be watching out for that as we go through the next little while, the next couple of hours. And once again, there is a tornado watch that is in effect, but we still just have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings here at the moment. 6 severe thunderstorm warnings that are taking place. And we just kind of be watching out for those as we go into the next little while, the next 45 minutes or so. I'm going to back this out. Let me back this out and show you. There is the watch area. Our tornado watch area up and down the line right now. At least the largest part of the thunderstorms are there in central sections of Texas. Moving on eastward, we've been following those through the day today. Had a pop-up of a couple of, I don't know that they were tornadoes, but we had a signal coming in the downtown Dallas area there. I haven't seen any video of it just yet, but that's not like we may not get some. So not really sure what to do here, but I think Brett is kind of being held up, and I don't see anything that looks like it's going to be a tornado warning here at this point. I do see a cold front headed southward, so all this stuff back to the west is really going to be cold front oriented, which doesn't often spin. Still just really talking about the likelihood of tornadoes being out there and the rest of that. And so what do you think there, B? How do you feel about it? I think we're just going to do that. I want to leave, if we can, if I can just leave Brett's, B, if we could leave Brett's in-car camera bottom left if you want to. And I'll just leave this image up on my computer if you can take the computer, the right hand monitor, take that full, and then put Brett down there at the bottom riding along. That makes sense to you. We'll stay with his in-car camera when it pops up. Ooh, where's that from? Jason Cooley. Hey, Jason Cooley. Take Chatfield, Texas. Where is that? Well, let's take Jason for a second here. Let me show everybody at home can we do that? Can you do that easily or? Jason Cooley's got a cool shot right now. Cooley. I don't think if anybody out there is watching, I don't think we're gonna get like an uptick. That's not likely at all. We've had the heating of the day, the most prime time of the day, just sort of took place, and probably going to see some weakening out. Even though these dew points, look how insane these dew points are. We got 60-degree dew points down here, 69-degree dew points showing up, almost 70 degrees in some of these isolated areas. The storm down in Temple is pretty active, but not anything that looks like, well, can I really still say that? Again, velocity data just hasn't worked well today, but that's a pretty decent little storm there. It's ongoing at the moment. Then we got south winds at both of these locations, and then you run up into all this crap up here as well, off to the north and to the east. Jason Cooley, can we look at his stuff there? Yeah, take that. This is Jason Cooley. He's also with Brett, and he's showing you what's happening there. Again, where was this in Texas?
Let's go.
Chatfield. I was close. It started with.
It's hot out here. Hey.
Lost him right there. Well, is there a way that you can throw B up in the bottom and just let this roll? I got something I got to do for a minute. Yes. Yeah, and I'll just leave that rolling, and I'll keep it screen right so that if he pops in. Well, if you can't, well, if you can't, you can't. Just leave the radar up there for a few minutes, and we'll leave it up. And let me just tell y'all, if something pops back up, if we do have some sort of a tornado warning or something like that, we'll be glad to pass that along to you. But at this point, I don't think that's going to be the case. Brett's taking a break as well. He's underneath an overpass. So if he pops back up, we'd be passing that along to you, should that be the case, should that actually happen. But I don't really know that it is. And if he does, we'll have some of his action playing there too. I tried to communicate with him, but he's not answering me back here at the moment. And he tried his self. I think he's uploading some video probably, because he's got some hail video that's ongoing. So he's probably trying to do that. But we're going to leave you with this and him. And should we have any other kind of a warning, I'll pop back in with you and we'll talk about it. I appreciate everybody who's been with us for the day today. And, didn't exactly pan out to be a tornado day. We've seen some large hail through the day today, and we've seen some, some high winds from time to time. But thank goodness at this moment, that guy's got a big hole in his trailer, but on the wrong side. So anyway, I'm going to wrap it up myself here, but leave the stream running. I got to do something for about 10 minutes, but I'll pop back in and see what's happening. And beyond that, we'll just kind of go from there. So thank you all for watching. Again, Brett's right here in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, should he return. And we'll just do that for now. So thank you very much. I'm going to wrap it up for just a moment, and I'll return in just a little bit as well. BJ's taking care of you and the rest of what could be happening here as well. Well. That was short, and it always happens. But there is a tornado warning, and this is this storm that we're looking at. A tornado warning issued just a moment ago. Yeah. Do that. All right. So what happened was I walked away for just a minute, and a tornado warning happened. That's a storm right here. This is going to be in effect near Trinidad. The National Weather Service office there has issued a new tornado warning for Kaufman, Henderson, and Navarro counties. Kaufman, Henderson, and Navarro counties. You're underneath a tornado warning at the moment. That is going to be the storm that's coming up from the west and moving into Navarro County from the western side. The National Weather Service out of Fort Worth is the one that issued this, and it's going to be near 7 points, 12 miles to the west of Gun Barrel City. A tornado warning just now issued because of this area right here that is spinning and rotating near Harmony. It's a little bit of an inbound and outbound there that's showing up just to the east of Valley Farms, which is the storm that Brett was on just moments ago, and now it is producing a possible tornado. Don't know. I think Brett stopped to get some gasoline and sort of do the same. But that is a tornado that's moving on to the east, a possible tornado there. Not a confirmed tornado at this point. It's all embedded within that large area of hail that you can see north and east of Valley Farms and Harmony. The hail that's in between there and Sticks, but coming eastward into the town of Gun Barrel here very shortly from the western side, and a possible tornado now. Radar indicated tornado coming in on the western side. Velocity data indicates there is where the possible tornado is going to be. Going on eastward out of the region, then down to the south. Here we got the other thunderstorms coming in here that are producing some straight line winds. Nothing that's really crazy at this point, but the possibility of a tornado is certainly there across all of this area as well. But everybody else is down to the south here. There's just no way. Brett got over to this point, and now there are no roads that go eastward. You can see he's just in a spot here where he can't go in this direction anymore, so the thing had to be let go. Except for one route that my producer just gave me in my ear, but I don't think he could have taken it. But anyway, yeah, seriously, because she's waiting for the she is waiting for it here. Just from that one time where you let her see the mouse, now she thinks the mouse is going to be there every single time. Harmony, Texas, just outside of Gun Barrel City is what we're looking at. Oh, Brett said all good. I'm not sure to what, but I forgot. He's the one that stopped. So I'll tell you what. At the moment, I don't think that's going to be a big deal. So we're gonna. It's a penny. We're gonna let that go. I got some stuff I gotta do. I got a chicken that's outside in the dark now in a pen that doesn't normally stay outside. So got a few things I gotta do, but I wanted to keep you updated on that. That's Brett. I think that's Brett's image. Is that Brett live? So we're watching B straight ahead. He's going to wait for the line. I know what he's doing. He's waiting for the actual cold front to come through, which will do so fairly soon here. The only lightning is pretty far down to the south, but you can see where he is. And again, if you just want to put him back up into, I'm going to let you do what you want to do there, B. And I got to go, but I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Is that all right? Well, if you need to go, you just go too. Just set it up and let it roll. Okay? Thank you, buddy. I appreciate all your help today. Everybody, a drum roll. And if you'd clap for our director, producer, executive producer, gaffer, best boy, grip. Did I mention executive, co-executive producer? He's done it all today. And now, is there another tornado warning? Go back to my iPad. The brand new tornado warning. This is going to be just to the north of I-20. A brand new tornado warning now for the Grand Saline Fruitvale area. This is going to be just outside of Edgewood, but just north of I-20 in Canton. That is a tornado warning just now issued from the National Weather Service way up here. Where is it? Oh, it's going to be one of these storms over here. It hasn't shown up yet. But it's going to be where? I have to use Shreveport radar. Well, I don't know how they're going to call that. Why are they? Anyway, you got them both into the shot there, and I'll return in just a little bit. Brian, I've got something I got to do, Brian. I appreciate it, but I really got something I got to do. I wanted to pop in here for just a minute and give you a little update on where we were, because we've actually got a couple of tornado warnings that have just now popped up again. These are tornado warnings that earlier in the day today we had an occasional one. Now all of a sudden, when conditions are really not as favorable as they were earlier in the day today, we've had quite a few that have just popped up into the afternoon. Yes, I am right now. And so where we are at the moment is we got a couple of tornado warnings off to the east that are showing up just to the west of Tyler, Texas here at this moment. Still been popping here, and we have actually a brand new tornado warning. They just reissued this a little bit further on to the east now, a brand new tornado warning that now includes almost the Tyler, Texas area. This is just in the last 10 minutes where they just popped this up. And so, again, they're kind of issuing here. Let me make sure we're seeing the same radar, the radar that I want to see here overall. Because let's see what that does. Come on now. Here we go. I think I wanted the radar out of Shreveport. It's just a little bit out of whack here, a little bit far away, but enough to where there is the belief that there is a tornado, radar indicated tornado here from the National Weather Service out of Shreveport, Louisiana. No, this is still out of Fort Worth. I'm sorry. It's Van Sant and Henderson counties. Van Sant, Henderson County, still underneath the tornado warning here till 9 o'clock tonight. The tornado warning exists. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado very close to Brownsville. Brownsboro, Brownsville is way down in the south part of the state. 11 miles to the northeast of Athens and moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour. Ping pong ball-sized hail being reported a little bit earlier this evening. The ping pong ball-sized hail all came about from early in the day today. We had cold air aloft that was running across the region, which is one of the reasons for some of the video that we've seen off and on through the day today. And I should have downloaded some of the video from Brett. I don't know if he's pushed that up yet on the CDN, but he had some hail falling during the day today that was pretty wild. And for a while, looked like it was going to be quite ominous coming back into the area of southern sections of Dallas County, Tarrant County, where we had a couple of tornado warnings early in the day today. A couple of hours ago, we did tornado warnings there. I see no reports of tornadoes, though. When you look at any of the damage in between here, damage reports or storm reports, we got some tree and fence damage there being reported on social media in the Dallas County, a little bit south of Irving, Texas. That was a little bit earlier. And then where we had the likelihood of a tornado was pretty far down there to the south. Now, you're asking where Brett is. Brett is up here. He had to give it up here. It's very difficult to keep following when you're like that into eastern Texas. You have to take county roads or make a decision to leave whatever you're on in order to get over there. But right now, you can see Brett is, again, right up here near Dallas. He's getting gas here at the moment. And I don't know, we'll try to maybe talk to him again before the night is over with to talk about the day in general. I'll see if I can raise him up and speak to him. He may be gone. I don't know if he's still into our Ninja account or not. But we'll check out. He's right there headed back to his domicile, if you will, in Dallas, Texas. He has to take care of his stuff back there, too. But what we're looking at right now, at least as far as the velocity data goes, is a line of thunderstorms coming out of eastern sections of Texas and moving now down along the Sabine National Forest area there, coming across the river, going to make its way over and into western and northwestern sections of Louisiana, going through the night tonight. And the rest of the area there that we'll be following is once again going to be up for grabs with some really straight line winds. Is about the only thing that we're thinking is going to be a continuation of straight line winds. It could be quite damaging from time to time. We'll look into that scenario and see if that's going to happen. But moreover, I think at this point we're just talking about a very thin line coming on through. These cells down to the south have a little bit more potential. One like this, you can see down here near Cameron. This is along US 77 and 190 coming into the Cameron area. pretty strong thunderstorm beginning to develop there. No warning on that just yet, but it's developing into some of these dew points that are crazy insane. 72 degrees right now is the dew point just to the east of San Antonio. Got a 60-degree dew point over here into Houston. 70 at College Station there near Texas A&M University. I mean, we got some low 60s up here to the north a little bit. And look how it's really, oh my gosh. Actually, check this out. Excuse me, I'm sorry. The 60-degree isotherm, the 60-degree dew point isotherm runs what about like, oh, I went the wrong way. Runs about like this. About like that. This is the 60-degree isotherm. And then look how quickly you get into the 30s and 40s. The dew points, super dry line coming through the area. And that's headed on southward, so we'll scour this out really quickly as we go into the rest of this evening. But right now, the one tornado warning that we have does continue here to eastern Texas, Van Zant and Henderson, Texas. Underneath that tornado warning, 1.5-inch size hail as 1.5-inch size hail is occurring here across this region, and that's pretty much what is happening overall. Sorry, I'm talking to Brett at the same time. We'll try to effort speaking to him before we wrap it up over here for a minute, but all that is moving on to the east. And again, there's Brett in the downtown Dallas area. They're coming in on I-45 from the south and moving on eastward. Other thunderstorms of note down to the south, Waco, all the way down into the Cameron area here, then into Austin. We got a severe thunderstorm warning now in Austin. That's going to be the Austin, Texas area there in Travis and Burnett, and also Williamson counties underneath severe thunderstorm warning coming in from the west and moving on eastward. And they just issue a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm we were looking at just a second ago. That's Milam and Robertson County, way down there to the south. What up, B? Tell me about the day today. I know you've had a little bit of everything, it seems like, from time to time coming in.
Yeah, Dave, we've actually we've got some content for you that you can pull and show here in just a little bit whenever you get a chance. We've got very large hail. We had hail almost a baseball size there in Ennis. We talked to you for a little bit there and got disconnected there, but you were able to show the hail, and we took some stuff there at the Alma exit at the Love's gas station. Took some video for size reference, as we had some of it was pretty close to golf ball. It was between quarter and golf ball, and put some coins down there to show the reference size of it. But it pushed through. It got really rough there for a little bit. It pushed through, and then basically we're through the front now. Everything is pushing toward the east. Now it is rocked on and is moving toward Athens, Texas, all the way up there, almost Longview now. It's basically those supercells that we were dealing with earlier. Those things are now, getting embedded within the line. They're becoming eaten by the line. So that's a good sign. That means that hopefully our tornado threat will tone down some, at least from the supercellular tornado threat in nature. But again, it was a very active day for some supercellular activity, some very large hail, and so that part verified. The tornado threat was always on the lower end of the spectrum. We may have had a split up or two. Luckily, I have not heard a ton in the way of damage, and also luckily the Fort Worth metro area did not get smoked by a $1 billion disaster of a hailstorm earlier.
Yeah, hailstorm. And when it wrapped up that one time when there was that little, almost debris ball looking sort of situation there on the reflectivity, I flipped over there real quick. You said go to the radar, and I looked, and that came out of nowhere. And then boom, I thought that was going to be a big tornado in the downtown area.
It certainly looked as if that was going to happen, and now the skyline's swept through, and now the temperature's dropping like a rock. So I think let's just take a peek here, David. I want to give you a temperature update.
We just did that, looking at those dew points that, like in a 10-mile range, go down into the 30s, from the upper 60s to the low 30s. down to the south
I got you.
especially. You can see that, but I'm looking at your video. I don't know if you can see it. I'd rather you talk to that. Actually, this is some of that you took at the edge, I think, when you pulled up, and then this is some of the hail as it began to fall. Can you see this?
Yeah, there's some pretty big hail falling right there. There was some windshields that were actually blown out and busted out there. This is as we were traveling down 287, moving toward the interstate corridor there on moving toward 45. But there's some really big hail falling in there. I don't know if we have any audio on that, but if we do, I'll shut up and let you hear it. But you can see, boom, boom. That gives great perspective there. Those big hail bombs that were popping the ditch and knocking the water up there. But again, it was rather large. It was some of the hail I know that we saw was up to tennis ball size. It was really soft though. For the most part, it was softer. So we did not deal with the windshield being knocked out, which is fantastic for us. And it lived to see another day. But again, a lot of hail. That was really what was forecast today, and we saw a boatload of it. That's I-45 there, right before the Alma exit, which is where the Love's gas station is. We shot some video there too that you're going to see here in a moment. A lot of vehicles were stuck underneath the underpasses as they drove underneath to kind of get some shelter from the hailstorm. You can see, though, hail there accumulated from the City of Alma sign. And there are our vehicles that decided that they wanted to park underneath the overpasses under the roadway there. So we had to duck and dodge those, and you can still see some of those left over there as the semis and other vehicles were trying to get moved.
You remember what town that was in? Was that in? Oh,
that's in Alma.
Okay.
That's in Alma right there. So that's just south of Ennis, Texas on I-45.
Right. So larger
There
than
you go.
quarters.
There. Yes, yeah, definitely larger than quarters there at that location. I mean, we saw some stones that may have been up to golf ball size. And then as the storm's moving away, check this out. We threw the drone up there just to get a look at the storm. And this is the updraft base coming across 45. And there is the hail curtain that is way off in distance. You can actually see the cut of the hail curtain right there.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
it was really, really cool shots because it's really atypical that you get behind one of these storms and you get such a clean area all the way around it where you can fly the drone to get some of these features.
Wow.
But you'll see the updraft knuckles here in a minute. I'm going to pan up. You can see those updraft knuckles. That's feeding into that supercell thunderstorm right there that was just dropping copious large amounts of hail.
I'm going to drop you out of the picture again. That's drone stuff is just fascinates me every time I see more and more of it. It's always fascinating to me. And you even shot some hail on the ground from your drone.
Yeah, and then pan up to the hail core just so you get a view of that.
Oh wow!
You can see both sides of the hail core right there with the bright white on the ground level.
Yeah.
So, pretty cool stuff, no doubt about it.
Freaking amazing. Look at that.
This is this is something that we've gotten over the last couple of years that really has changed the world in terms of weather video footage. But this is so great. You can see the little dry slot right there coming in the backside of the supercell visually. You can look at it on radar and we talk about it all day long, but you can see it visually there, right there above the clouds. So.
Yeah. I just
wild
paused it.
To see that.
I paused it there for just a second so we could get a look at it. I mean, that's just that's an amazing picture in its own right there that we're seeing. But how high? Just if you don't mind, about how high is your drone right here? I can't really tell myself, but
it's literally only about 80 feet.
All right,
that's about 80 feet over top of the vehicle.
Are you having to compensate for any wind at 80 feet? Inflow?
No. So what's great is the motorized gimbal is doing all that on its own. The drone, the motors, everything is so automated on these DJI drones, especially. It's incredible that you can just put that thing up
so
there.
There is wind up there, and it's compensating on its automatically.
Yes, it compensates for the wind automatically with the different props.
Wow,
crazy.
That is just unbelievable. I'm gonna go ahead and move it along now. But how in 4K? I mean, does it shoot higher than 4? Does it shoot 8?
This one will shoot 4K 60, I believe.
Yeah.
We've got some out there now that will shoot. I've got one that'll shoot 6K 6K 30, and I'm sure 8K is coming. But
Yeah.
the resolution for that'll be amazing because it'll allow us to crop in even further.
Yeah, but what's it going to look like on a 4K television? Do you have to have an 8K television in order to see 4K? I mean 8K or 6K?
No, it'll down convert.
Oh.
But to watch it in full 8K resolution, yeah, you would have to have an 8K TV, just like a 4K.
That is amazing.
But that's just some crazy thing. You can see the cloud motion there. I sped that up just a little bit. You see the lightning flashes.
Yeah.
Good. Overall, everybody's different. Tornadoes are one thing we're out there trying to report, but I enjoy honestly a good supercell chase when we don't have a bunch of mess. We can get some storms, and we can actually visually see something that we can show everybody. That's the important part.
And that was the deal today. I mean, right there in the city, that wasn't gonna be the case, and especially if you gotten trapped in there, that would have been horrible. So it's good you got.
Yep.
You actually got out of there. The hail, I didn't see it in this loop, and you may have included it in something else, but I was just telling Sharon about it a few moments ago that the hail that started on you guys when you were out there there was a couple of horses that started running, which startled me. I couldn't hear what was going on, but I looked up and I saw those horses running, I guess toward a barn, I hope, because that was that was when it was like golf ball size hail, I think.
Yep, you can. There's another video actually.
Jade, you hear that?
There's another video out there. So that's the one that shows the horses and the other hail.
Yeah, that was amazing. Beautiful horses too. I mean, they looked like they just come out of the Derby. It was, I don't know, if they were what kind of horses they were for, but they didn't look like they pulled a plow. They looked like they were really, really nice horses. Yeah, we had some audio there.
Right.
There we go.
There we go. That's the video. That's the one.
Yeah. All right, we'll cue this up and let this play, and then we'll let you go because I know you're super tired. Let's see.
It's okay. I'm headed to Irving, Texas. I'm gonna fly out in the morning out of DFW, and I'm gonna go find some food once we wrap here.
I figured you would.
Because I think hopefully most of our tornado threats about to end.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how they're calling tornado warnings over there. It's not we're right in between both radars again, and it's hard to see anything that might be near the ground. But, yeah, let this, Jay, if you want. Yeah, Brett, what are we seeing here? Is this the beginning of it?
This is the beginning. This is when we were near Griffith. We were showing you some of this on the live stream, and I was shooting a little bit of this out the window. We were seeing that area of interest that was kind of rotating there aloft some, and this is where we get into the hail.
Yep.
Yeah, we started listening to some of those. That roof over there has actually got metal coping on the top of it. You can hear it hitting it.
It's got
you can start seeing some
State
big
of Texas,
stones.
the Lone Star on it there.
That's right. You can start seeing some big hail there.
Yep.
But it was bouncing around pretty good there. That was just outside of Griffith as we were, continuing. That is the same cell that we followed all the way across I-45. So you can see the hail, big hailstones there. Yeah.
Using their wipers. Like a wiper's going to help golf ball size hail.
Yeah, I don't think those dents are going to get fixed from golf balls.
Look at that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It was an interesting afternoon. We definitely got into some good storms and things toned down. I've got plenty of video to work with and edit, and we're gonna do that, and But you can see kind of there at the end. Now, this is right before we got into the big hail at Ennis. Look at that rainbow on
Look
the
at
back
that.
side right there.
Yeah, stunning.
That's right over Highway 287.
Yeah.
And then literally those clouds right there, they were rotating horizontally. Those dark white clouds
Yeah.
on the back side of the storm.
Yeah.
You
Maybe
can
that's
kinda
what
see
we
that
were
a little
seeing
bit
on the
there.
velocity data all day today.
It may have been we were seeing horizontal
Yeah.
rotation, and it just couldn't get in the vertical.
Couldn't get it in the vertical at all. That was
But look at that right there. That shot right there is
Yeah.
one of the first shots that was coming. We were coming out of Dallas looking north, and that was about what we could see was that just sculpted mesocyclone there up toward Irving.
Yeah. That's the one you could probably, Brett, you could probably sell that as Hurricane Katrina. And people would buy it. I remember when that picture went around.
I think we've heard that one 100 times.
Yeah. So they did issue the tornado warning. Now it does include Tyler, Texas. They went ahead and pushed it a little bit further on to the east. I'm not exactly sure why it says radar indicated, but it's in a horrible, horrible radar spot in between the two. And so that's going to be along 69 there. US 69 just south, about 10 miles south of the interstate on I-20. New tornado warning there that they just issued a few moments ago. And that's going on to the east B. And I guess overall, you know, I know last night you said you didn't have a great feeling about this being a big tornado producer, even though we've had a few warnings here over the past few minutes. It hasn't produced what we believe is tornado damage just yet. And to be quite honest with you, not as many storm reports as I thought we'd have. I mean, you look at some of those velocity or Ville products today that came in that, you know, right at the threshold, the 80 kilogram per meter square threshold that we saw. And I really thought we'd have more damage reports just from the hail today and some of the stuff that we saw. And I guess maybe not hitting, other than what happened in Dallas and Tarrant counties, the rest of it down to the south maybe didn't hit a populated area or never was. Have you seen a picture or heard about anything larger than what you shot?
No, I mean, I've heard that there was bigger hail, and I know that there have been windshields that were busted out.
Yeah,
I know
okay.
that for
You
a
did say
fact
that.
where we were.
Yeah.
So that part I'm certain of. The rest of it, I'm not so sure of. It's in terms of the stuff that happened to the northwest, over near Weatherford, and areas to the west of their mineral wells. I did not see anything from there, but I wouldn't doubt it, considering that storm really looked maybe at its strongest over in that region. I would not be surprised.
Well, all right. Unless you got something else to say, we'll wrap it up and wish you a good flight tomorrow. Your camera looks great now, by the way.
Yeah, no, especially with the you can probably see the buildings that we're passing by here.
Again.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where when you got too much light and this is just a webcam, folks.
Yeah,
Nothing
we'll
special at this point, but you know
So,
we're gonna work on that. But it worked out pretty good today.
Yep. Yeah, it did. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed. I kind of got to ride along. I've ridden with you many times, but I kind of enjoyed riding along with you today to sort of see what was going on and how you kept Heath calm when he would get too excited and kept him from seeing like the electrified fescue and that kind of thing. And his decent day. Actually, he took some beautiful pictures I saw on his Facebook page. Heath did, and he took some nice photographs today of some of the phenomena that you guys saw. So if nothing else, we're going to wrap it up so we can stop the stream here. It's been running for a while, but I appreciate everybody who's been on with us during the day today, all of our moderators who have helped us out as well. A couple of donations, Brett, to help you buy dinner tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we do appreciate everybody that's been watching. Again, we're trying to work on growth, and it's a process. So just keep hanging with us, keep riding along, keep sharing. We'll keep doing it. We'll keep doing as much as we can.
Got some good stuff. Brett knows how to run a drone, and I'm telling you, that's where the technology's going, and it's going to be, as we move through time, and the software gets better, everything gets better, and compression gets better. You're going to see some stuff into the future that you probably just won't believe from sitting at home and doing your thing. So I'm going to watch a little basketball now. I think everybody will.
Yeah, I think my bracket busted about 12 hours ago
No.
when I made it. Considering that
horrible.
everybody's already gotten crushed. I mean, well, Furman beat Virginia,
I
so that
saw
makes
that,
it a busted
and I
bracket.
had Virginia going for a ways, so I blew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
So
a bunch of them there, and I'll tell you what's been on the edge of my mind all day long today, and this is off from anything, but if you're a sports fan at all, Brett and I are huge sports fans. Doesn't have to be just our favorites either, but sports in general. And I've gotten tied up into the World Baseball deal, the whole playoff deal that's
classic.
been going on, and last night watching them celebrate, and Edwin Diaz, who I hate when he's playing the Braves and he's standing up there and the trumpet's playing that song, and I hate the guy. I never felt so bad for anybody, I don't think, in my life. And his brother, did you see his brother crying, Brett?
Oh, I bet. I mean, it was you're celebrating what that's going to do, in my opinion. I'm curious to see
I am too.
if they pull the MLB players out after you get a superstar who just got a huge contract as a closer for a big team, which is in our division. I don't feel bad for the Mets. I feel bad for him. I'm actually loving the Mets not having a closer, but it was awful to watch the way that went down. I mean, he just collapsed. So,
But at the
and a
same
fully
time,
torn tendon.
at
Fully
the same
torn.
time, you played ball, and so did I. And I remember being reprimanded by my coach a gazillion times for piling on after the game. And they're adults playing this game, and they weren't piling on, and it was a light sort of a celebration as such. But any just wasn't really called for at that point. And I know it was a fluke thing. It wasn't by anybody being negligent. I don't think it was fluke, but. Oh my God! Yeah, if you're,
Well,
I don't know.
either that or he may have had a knee twinge that no one knew about, and I mean that's possible as well. I know I've played through things that I didn't talk about, and then you get that kind of weight from a player jumping up and down and holding your shoulders. They don't realize what kind of pressure, what kind of torque they're putting on the knee there.
And he's a big guy. I mean, he's not Spencer Strider. He's a big guy, and so any weight that he had, I mean, you can understand the wear and tear on that. And I did the same thing, playing through stuff I didn't talk about. Most of that was trouble with my girlfriend.
This part,
Huh?
this part may not matter. This part may not matter as much, but I really wondered if his team that allowed him to play in the Classic is going to pay him, because he's going to miss a whole year. This surgery is a whole year recovery.
Oh yeah. They said at least, and rehab could take him out of part of spring training.
Right.
Next year.
Right.
I mean, that's hard.
I mean, he had surgery today. It was that bad.
Yeah.
They did the surgery too.
Yeah, that's just. They must have heard something. I didn't read anything about it, but there must have been a sound, because everybody kind of went crazy at the same time.
He told the players that he heard it pop. He told the other guys that when he told them he heard it pop, they started waving like, "Get out here!"
Lord.
Yeah. Awful, man.
Just when everybody, and as far as I know, that's one of the few. I haven't seen it. I've been watching the thing really, really close, and like I told you, I got into it. I got into the whole. It's very Olympics-like. I mean, when they're yelling USA, USA, and all the Central America teams, the Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico, and the ones that normally do very well in the Classic anyway, they were competing, and the competition level was high, and these games that were being played in Miami were well attended. It was the whole thing put together very, very well, and I think everybody was on a high until that moment. I know I was. I thought, this is cool. I never really thought about the placement of where it is at the beginning of the baseball season is very mindful, but I don't know where else you'd put it. There's really nowhere else to put it, I don't think. You can't put it at the end of the year. So it's weird. It's kind of and I don't think anybody would watch if it was just no-name players. I don't think I would have gotten
I don't either. I mean, but you know, and it was almost a situation where we dealt with, except it was in season, where we watched Acuna go down as an everyday player for us. Kind of the same type of knee injury, it seems like.
Yeah, and he's still not the same guy.
Well,
Which knee was it?
I haven't watched. It was it his right knee? It was his
Is
right
it his
knee.
push-off knee or his landing knee?
It was his push-off knee.
See, that's like, that can end your career.
Yep. But they say that this year he looks better. He just needs to get his swing under control. In terms of his health, they think that he's good. So
I think he's good, but he
But-
left a lot of people on base. All right, we were talking baseball, but anyway, we're going to wrap it up. I'll hit the stop stream. We appreciate you being with us today, and we'll do it again next time something happens, which seems to be like once a week or twice a week or something like that coming up. But anyway, thank you, BJ, for helping us out there, as well as everybody else who's out there as well. Brett, we'll talk to you later.